Hello and welcome back to our 14th episode or session of the Adventures in Excordia campaign. I'm the GM Connor, and playing with us tonight is Karen, played by Pyro.
Have you heard about the Pokemon Vaporeon?
Nope.
What?
Dat Rat, played by Dom. Don't you dare.
Has anyone seen my sweet roll?
Good. Blessed. And Dario, played by Norvin.
Wait, what?
Sounds about right. Silver, played by Tristan.
Game accurate.
I think the Vaporeon stole the sweet roll.
The good ending. Morgana, played by Shane.
You say that.
The Vaporeon is the sweet roll. Just put her in the oven.
No!
Into the oven.
And Zonkiri, played by Fergus.
Okay, each of you get half of the Vaporeon sweet roll.
No! The conclusion! The dog conclusion!
I'm gonna need an extra collar.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No. And intermittently joining us by listening into Discord is Katira and Liv.
My makeup looking fresh to death.
So, last we left off.
Katira the Vaporeon?
No. 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 It's done.
This is your fault.
It's now a
This is your
curse
fault,
word.
Connor.
It is barred from my table.
What am I missing?
Don't worry. Don't think back on it.
Don't worry about it.
Last we left off, the party had concluded all the ingratiating they had wanted to do
This is
with the
ageism.
representatives. Shh. They had finished all the ingratiating they wanted to do with the representatives and had left after returning the governess to her quarters. Then, going into an inn, they had a meeting about party strife, discussed why there's issues between certain characters, and taken votes on whether or not Karen should be voted out. Then quickly after, whether or not Andariel should be kicked out. When faced with this decision, Morgana had a bit of a meltdown, and the latter 30 minutes of a session were devoted to calming her down to not flip out in the bar. We pick up that night as Morgana has gone into full shutdown, as I hit enter.
Wouldn't shutdown be different from quote unquote sleeping?
It's sleeping. And Vexera's. Oh. No. And Vexera is just being dumb. Julio.
He's
I
dead.
don't know why I said embryon.
Wrong one. Forgive me.
No!
There we go.
We get the
As we pick up. Morgana.
yes.
Once again, you find yourself in the same grove as before. Waking up, staring in the reflecting pool, and seeing your face with this weird halfway flesh, halfway machine look. You look over and you see the staff and personal effects sat over by a hammock.
Is it the same?
It seems to be
Like
the same.
as when I woke up the first time, or is it adjusted?
It looks mostly the same. You don't notice any immediate differences. Give me a perception check. See if you notice anything off.
Will do.
Other
Nope.
than- You see most of what you recognized before. Any minor details that might have changed, you aren't aware of. You also once again hear from around. You currently are staring at a pool that has a sort of crescent moon-shaped rock wall, where the non-rock face points towards the hammock and a few trees. And then if you travel along the right into the backside of this crescent, not to get to the exterior, you would make it to the voice that is calling out to you. It is also here that you heard the name. Became aware of the name.
Malira.
Malira. Yes. Is there anywhere Morgana would want to try and look? There's a peace and serenity overtaking you in this place. You don't feel much of the stress that you had before.
Let's
But you
see.
do recall that you were having a meltdown.
The water it is. Morgana is going to walk towards this water and sort of run her fingers in it.
It ripples. More, not just tapping when you break the surface tension and the stillness is broken in a pond. It vibrates from multiple points and kind of sloshes back and forth. It becomes
How deep is
agitated
it?
very easily.
Does it descend like normal, or is it just instantly deep?
It's dark water. It looks like it goes down at least a couple feet.
We're gonna reach all the way in until the shoulder to see if she can touch the ground.
You reach all the way into your shoulder length, and you still feel water and no base. The water is cold though, like very cold, matching the briskness of the air. I think it might be early morning in the spring, wherever you are.
Gonna do a couple arm circles just to make it move about more and
You can't-
embrace the coldness.
You can't really see past your elbow in this water, but you know that as you're moving your arm around, what should be hitting the side of the pond that you're standing on passes under you. And you don't impact with any dirt.
What if she hooks her arm all the way around and tries to come back up?
You come all the way up until it's about an inch of dirt between you and where your hand is. And it goes back for as far as you can reach without touching any kind of slope. Seems as if you're standing on a flat pane.
How's Morgana's hair looking? Is it down? Is it
It's
tied up?
a down, about shoulder length white hair. Just messy and unkempt, with a flower blooming out of the top. Not growing out of it, but like stuck behind the ear. Seems to be doing alright.
Morgana's going to find this pane curious, remove the flower and gently set it aside, and stick her face in the water to see where it goes underneath.
Give me another perception check. You see a faint light deep within this well. Looks like it might be a blue light. It could just be the water tilting it, but you see fish swimming around in here for what little depth you can see. And they come up and like brush against your face for a moment, and then dive down and up and continue to swim.
Hmm.
You once again are hearing, as you're just now dipping below the water, the voice from around the corner calling out, "Malira? Are you up?"
Hmm. Squinted eyes. What
I will say,
clothing is Morgana gonna, or
does Morgana take her head out of the water to breathe?
after looking in the water, would have took her head out of it.
Okay.
Not really to breathe, or with the intention of breathing, but
Just checking. Carry on.
what's Morgana wearing clothes-wise?
She appears to be wearing a knee-length, sort of brown dress with different etchings that you recognize as druidic, forming sort of sash around her with leaves and flowers adorning it. As well as you see a few other things of gear by the personal effects. Gloves, a cloak, boots, but you currently are barefoot.
Well,
There also seems to be a second skin underneath what you're wearing. It's almost as if you're wearing a morph suit that just comes out to halfway down your biceps and halfway down your thighs and covering your torso. But it's the same color as your skin, and if you pull it out, you see there's just the same color skin underneath it.
can't wear a dress in the water. He's going to take it off.
You do so. You appear to just be naked. Though you still have this weird skin suit that looks like exactly everything underneath.
Time to embrace the coldness. Morgana's going to do the first session of skinny dipping ever.
Can she swim?
Good question.
No. No.
So, Morgana doesn't know how to swim. You dive in, and you still feel the weight of what you are. If you'd like to give me an athletics check to try and swim, because you are starting to sink. You immediately remember that you are not familiar with how to swim, and you try and grab onto the edge of that pane. With your fingers soaking wet, you grab on and slip and begin to descend, thrashing as you get lower and lower, till you pass into darkness.
Just sinking.
For now,
Just gonna cross her arms and just keep sinking and just looking upwards.
you feel
Squinting.
the water rush into your mouth and fill first your chest and down your arms until you're completely filled with this fluid that you're swimming in. The darkness ends. You enter into darkness, and your vision of what was above now shrinks into a pinhole of light as you start to see a glow along your arms. The same tracks of green and occasionally purple that you've seen before begin to alight. So you start to descend lower and lower. There's a slight change in the color on this skin suit that you've got on. As you're approaching with that little bottom of blue light, now opens up more and more as you get closer. All the fish have disappeared. Until you pass through to the bottom light and you find yourself in a bright lit tube of some sort. It seems to be glass around you as you place your hands about. You seem to be in an enclosed space, and as you look up, the roof closes over you. You no longer see.
He's gonna grab at wherever that roof was.
It's just a solid closing mechanism to seal it off. You no longer see wherever you were.
She's gonna press up against the side of this tube, see if she can see out.
You see a figure. Actually, you see a couple figures, actually. They all seem to be working on something. Working on this tube of some sort. And it takes you a moment, but you recognize this room. It was one of the first places you'd ever seen in your real body. Although you have never seen it without ruin across it. As you see it
Without
now,
being in the dark.
As you see it now, it seems to be brand new and operational, and there seem to be people working, seemingly, on whatever you're contained in. Perhaps you. What would you like to do? Suspended in this... It looks much like a Bacta tank from Star Wars. What would you like to do while suspended in this?
Let's see. 3 things to do.
That skin suit has now changed into a...
well, that was supposed to be a check, but it's the same thing.
The skin suit has turned into like a skin tight. I don't know how to describe it. Much like a Vault Dweller's outfit from Fallout. I don't know what the technical name would be. Just
Jumpsuit?
yeah, that's it. Yeah, a jumpsuit. Thank you. So.
Are Morgana's fingers metal when she presses her hand up against the glass?
They feel like it. Still a little bit of that sort of flesh look, but mostly metal.
She's just gonna watch them outside and just tink her fingers up against the glass in varying patterns, almost like some sort of song. Just tink, 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 until like she can see that it gets one of their attention.
They don't seem to pay you attention to what you're affecting at the moment. Until one walks up to you, sees you tapping, and you hear, very muffled since you're suspended in water through inside this tube, you hear just the faintest, how interesting. It seems to have sort of mimicking of prenatal kicks, fidgets, before it's ready to become operational. I'll be sure to
Can
note that
she
down.
like sink down to the bottom to like look at them?
You may. You see what appears to be a about middle-aged looking, pale-skinned, dark brown hair half-elf staring at you in a lab coat and emblazoned on it the letters Aegis, Aegis. Down here you also see another just mixture of these scientists or researchers or magicians, whatever they are. You see there's a lot of instruments you don't recognize anything of what they are. They just seem to be large consoles with levers and switches and crystals powering them and changing alchemy wise things. But you see an odd piece of equipment that resembles a chair with what looks to be like a a metal wire frame that looks very similar to what the electric chair looked like. But this one you see they willingly sit down in. Somebody whirs on a machine and a pink energy trails up and arcs from one side, as you see a node on the left and right temples are placed, arcs into the left and out to the right. So they kind of jolt. That energy passes down and goes into some mechanism with a faint purple and pink glow. And you take it up, come over to the tube, place it on, and I need you to give me a intelligence save.
Intelligence save, you monster. I'm a barb.
Suddenly the like pale seafoam green color that has been filling this tube suddenly becomes flooded with this purple energy, and you suddenly feel something trying to enter your mind. Do you resist and try and thrash?
Yes.
Alright. As you're
And
trying,
then I grab her head and like kick at the glass.
as you do so with more force than you realize you were capable of, and you put a large crack in it. You see purple tracing up the lights on your arms and your body. As you start to see the HUD materialize again. Coming online. Violence Protocol? Question mark? Version 0.1. And the purple subsides, but the HUD remains. You remain suspended there as you feel something is drilling into your head and spreading its roots or vines or barbs deeper and deeper into you, and you don't have any way to resist it. Do you continue to thrash?
Yes.
Another large crack on the tube. The people on the outside seem a bit frantic. They're rushing and pulling out multiple syringes and vials, starting to place them into the tube, and you're not dumb. You feel like it might have something to do with your thrashing. They might be trying to get you to stop somehow. You thrash again. Another large crack. Until just a little piece busts out, and just the faintest trickle of whatever this fluid is starts coming out.
And then she's gonna stop after that and watch to see what they're doing.
One of them immediately covers it and looks at you in the eyes.
What'd they cover it with?
It appears to be just like a rag, like one of them tore off a piece of something and is holding it to try and stop the drainage of whatever is in your tank.
Is it big enough to fit her finger in?
Probably.
She's gonna poke at it.
Poke, poke. You end up pushing their hand off for a second, and your finger's now in the hole.
She's gonna wiggle it.
Ah! You feel a thing of pain. Pull your finger back.
Did it get cut by the glass?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And little drops of red begin to float up as you begin to bleed.
Let's see.
And as the red increases,
She instinctively do this.
as the red
Sure.
increases and fills the tank, it eventually becomes too opaque for you to see outside of it.
I was rolling the wisdom to see if she instinctively, like, clamps her mouth down on it.
Mm.
And with a 10, she would. No.
Interestingly enough, whatever drops were already in there just seem to expand as you feel, once it fills out, you start to feel the water beginning to drain. The faint cyclone, but draining out. And as you go up to see what the air is like up top, like it's a physical barrier you can't break above the water. And you're just being pulled down and down, closer to the bottom where there's an open hatch. Is there any last thing you'd like to do before you get pulled in?
So, there's a barrier preventing her?
You can't break above the water for whatever reason, even though it's draining out through the bottom.
Nope. Just gonna go with it.
And as you get washed out through the bottom, you see these. Give me one last perception check. I want to see if you catch something. As you're dropping out, you see way far above you this large vortex spiraling down until an inverted one appears down, showing the lab. You assume it must be the crossover point from wherever you were to this lab. And in the lab sections, you see these nodes, like circuitry, appearing in different rooms, different areas. And you see very clear, distinct coloration between the greens atop and the purples down below as you fall out of your dream sequence. And you shoot awake, just ending a software update. You wake up in the morning, Ontario. As you wake up, you look over and you see Morgana.
Ondariel didn't sleep.
As you look over and see Morgana in the morning.
Didn't need to look over. Ondariel's head is resting in my lap.
However you managed to look at her face.
Dude, remember what I said last week, please.
Oh, how dare I?
Bad DM.
As you look at her eyes.
I want to vote the DM off the island.
We'll get to that at the end, Survivor. You look in her eyes, and instead of the normal look, all her panes have this like repeating diamond pattern. Just little light blue diamonds that form, as in, like, a diamond. Light blue. Over and over again. Just forming that instead of the normal lights she has, even covering her eyes. And they kind of, much like a loading symbol, one flashes brighter than the one to its right, and then following clockwise, it does a sort of spinning circle. And she's sleeping. You have not seen this before. How do you want to respond to that?
Is she still asleep?
Seemingly?
Just keep doing what I was doing, lightly singing to her and brushing her hair with my hand.
Katira is holding her other hand, and one of Morgana's as well.
You see it eventually stops as her eyes reappear, and the diamond pattern is replaced with her normal green. Immediately, her hand comes up, twists, rotates her wrist left, right, brings it down, repeats it with the other arm, left, right, as it seems as if her body's recalibrating until she sits up. And Morgana, you have a new protocol at your disposal. Do you remember?
Yes, I remember what we discussed. If you came up with any changes, then I don't know.
No. The name eludes me from. That is it.
I put it in the traits with the name you had said.
Yep. Composure Protocol, version 0.1. Anytime you would like to engage it, let me know. It's more or less a reaction. You're unaware of any downsides or bugs that might be present in it, but it'll give you a +1 to a wisdom save. And I'll let you know of any of those bugs when you choose to use it.
All right.
And you three are sat there staring at each other as dawn breaks through the window.
Morning.
As
How are you
dawn
feeling?
breaks through the well, it sounded like you said dawn breaks through the window. Like,
That's
damn.
what I was thinking as well.
Oh yeah. That's what I was expecting.
It's dawn, DAWN.
I got you now. It's just for the first moment. It's like, oh, dawn breaks through the window. We're starting off good.
Buffy.
So, is there anything you all wanted to say to each other? If not, I can move on to everyone else's mornings.
Yeah, I break through the window.
Cool.
I would like to sleep in someone else's room, as I am now up shit creek, and sleeping alone is going to get me. I'm fucking murdered.
Tank and Dario said good morning or something.
What was your question going to be, Andara?
Throw the
How
window.
are you feeling?
Morgana is going to get up slowly, kind of rub the side of her head. We have updated. And then kind of
Okay.
just do a shiver.
What does that mean?
Just gonna look towards Andario. We have developed new protocol.
Okay.
We will have to test it.
Sounds reasonable. But other than that, how do you feel?
Morgana will tilt her head. We do not feel much different.
Okay. You don't feel like attacking Karn again?
Look down, almost in shame. We will not attack Karen again.
It's fine. Things happen. But yeah.
And as we pull away to whose room would you have tried to stay in, Karen? I almost said Karn.
Silver's. Seems neutral enough.
Yeah.
Alright. You two bunk together. So where you wake up and he's not murdered in his sleep.
It's an illusion. He's dead.
Oh, it's just minor illusion over him. Face through. He's been dead for weeks.
Yeah.
It was that good.
Well, I probably would have heard it anyways. I know he grinds his teeth into sleep, so earplugs.
Between the dad snoring and teeth grinding, he's just.
What really grinds my gear?
And you all are able to
Grinds his
have your
teeth.
normal mornings.
Or like,
Zonkiri, you rouse out of your room with your mini horde.
I
Follow
feel what
suit.
we do is we just put a bucket over his head and pillow with pillows.
So you're rattling of a bucket. You all are able to make your way down to the breakfast area and have your meals. You all are reconvening.
You want a con save for exhaustion from me?
Sure.
I think it takes a C or something.
Okay.
I hate you.
I didn't think that would work.
Yeah, I hate
Wait,
you.
how
I've
did
been
you
I've
do
been
that?
trying. I've been trying to do that the last fucking 20 minutes.
And I know what you're doing wrong, and I'm not telling you.
I know
Well,
what he's doing.
definitely don't open up the call.
It's
Definitely don't open up the call to chaos game and look at all the fucking failed URL bullshit.
You fucking degenerate.
I've been testing it there.
To help you, but I don't know what you're doing wrong.
I know.
I put X
Oh.
there and then slap the image between the two.
Why aren't you putting the brackets
for-
in?
I do put the brackets in. It just don't show up.
Oh, okay.
Bracket X.
I feel like the link
Maybe
you're
the
using
X
doesn't
is
work
supposed to
either.
be the link.
No. The link that he's
Oh,
putting
oh,
is
well,
not.
I'm just gonna
let's
let
just
him
move
try
on.
and figure it out
Doesn't
during the
work.
session, and maybe towards the
figure it
end,
later.
we'll see him get one meme out.
Pyro, you have to open the image in a new tab to get its direct link. You can't use a Google.
I tried that too.
yeah.
Oh, you're clowning.
So you all are gathering in the morning. You know today is the last day of events. For the most part, all you all have to do is attend. There's no more really. If you had a last minute persuasion you wanted to get in, you could. But elsewise, it's just attending with your representative, enjoying the meals and the displays of prosperity that the selected city states will be putting on. Then the representatives will go into a private chamber, have a present legislation they want to have voted on, cast their votes between the end of that meeting and the next day before they leave. And then you all will be back on the road the next day. So
Morgana's gonna go up to Karen.
I'm small. I did it. Well, as I'm basking in out of character victory, Karen's like, all right. He does kind of flinch when you just show up next to him. Hey, Morgana.
She's gonna notice that and step backwards. And then she's gonna recall she's probably seen some of the representatives do this, the little bowing thing. And she's gonna like bow towards Karen. We apologize. We did not mean to assault you in our delusion.
That was apparent enough, and apology accepted.
And then she's going to stand back up and look towards, like, just basically throw her head back a little bit if you wanted to get equal.
No.
Saying
No, I will.
fucking Sinclair.
I see. I see the big shadow behind her with two little horns sticking out. No.
Also, I'm
I don't think I will.
pretty sure trying to choke out Morgana wouldn't really work.
No, it wouldn't, but Morgana doesn't really think that far ahead.
Aaron hasn't even thought to that point. He's thinking of the fucking seeing the arm, the metal arm poke over her shoulder like a fucking barrel rifle. Go on, Karen, do it. Ruin all the goodwill we just got.
Morgana will just go back to normal and kind of tilt her head. We do not understand. Don't life forms enjoy bestowing grudges?
More than others. Fake JPEG of a Slayer comes to mind. Well, Morgana, there's more variance people than just grudges. Some get past them in their own ways, healthy or otherwise. I'm just too old to be holding on to everything like this. I've got enough on my plate. Just be careful. I'm relatively strong, but you're like forklift strong.
Tilt her head again.
What's a forklift?
Forklift. What is a forklift?
Well, see, it's this machine that helps lift items like pallets filled with, I don't know, furniture. And sometimes you can have some dumb fucker run up and slam into it and knock the pallet off,
You did it.
and then you have to get out and restack the pallet.
You did it.
I didn't. Someone did it to me.
Oh.
I
Unlucky.
almost felt like killing them. Just like violence protocol. Because it was just a lot of medium boxes, but they were just thick enough that it was a pain in my ass. Anyway,
I like how he caught himself about to say it. I almost killed him too. I almost wanted to kill him.
don't worry about it. I am not violent on my job. No evidence was found.
Morgana will
Yeah, it's
look
just
at you,
a friend.
Karen. We will remember what she said about grudges. And we will remember what she said about forklifts. And then she's gonna basically do the little bow again
I hope in a positive context.
and walk over to
I
Andariel
literally just got off of a dark
and just like
Please.
completely
Please.
she's just gonna walk up to Andariel
God damn
and
it.
just say, Karen has told us you are equal to a forklift. We believe that is impressive from his context.
Um.
Damn it.
Okay.
And then she's just gonna basically nod and feel proud of herself.
Damn, now Karen's racist against robot people. God,
Dario disliked
enjoy-
that.
And Daryl's just that
No,
one.
and you see a little message
Oh.
pop up, and Daryl was very confused by that.
I don't
Mo-
have
With the
a better
context you
frame
gave it to
of
Morgana
reference.
in, she thinks it's impressive, so she's happy.
So she's as strong as a forklift. That is it.
So,
I wouldn't consider a forklift strong, but okay. It's a piece
Why
of
the fuck
machinery.
Why the fuck wouldn't you? Those things hold like 1,000+ pounds.
as you all rouse from your breakfast conversations, clearly describing to many on listeners what a forklift is.
Well, you see, it's like a warforged woman.
And
It just.
you, then you make your way back into the inner
Oh,
sanctum,
that's an image.
or the inner areas
Mm.
of Etherfort, and back to the governess's quarters. You all
Big.
take her back into your charge. When you enter into the ballroom this time, you see the full opulence and regalness put out. As you see a banner for each city-state sits above a long table, or long connection of tables for the representatives, all facing inward towards a staging area. You see there's now a cordoned off area for residents who could have gotten admission or ticket somehow to come and view this, but were then separated from representatives. You are allowed over that line because you are the guards of said representative. And there is a small, it's barely a table. It sits about maybe 2 people. That has 2 chairs with it. That is basically the assigned nook for your group. So the guards are not hovering over the representatives. Oh, lovely. Would you all have wanted to go double check on your prisoner before this ceremony, as you would have been able to do that?
Morgana would have. I mean,
Mhm.
fucking A.
You heard him,
And
Shane.
Daryl would have.
Well, now that you said it, I got no choice.
And Daryl would have
I'll
went and
go
checked.
with.
You see she's just sat in there. And you come, they open the slots. You see there's 2 guards posted out front. They recognize you, share who you are. People know that you brought them in. They open the eye slot and sat in there. She just sat there, seemingly in a meditative state. Doesn't really pay you any mind. Still manacled. Still chained to the wall.
Okay.
They close the eye slot. Nod and carry on. Okay. Gotcha. So to do that, they'd have to go into the cell, which will be a very tight squeeze. Yes, they have to be. How much blind sight do they have? Oh, huh. Damn.
That's
Yeah. They don't seem to be illusory.
cool.
They are real. The one in the cage and the guards too. And you just sat there meditating. And then you all return to your room, pick up your charge, and enter into the dining area. Or the grand hall, the ballroom. Whatever you'd want to call it. I'm not going to reorganize people, because in case you all wanted to try and change any things, this is an easy way to everyone see how they're standing. I'll go ahead and put them back on the solid ones. And Brick Boy Marcus 10, because I forgot to make him a token, apparently. So, you all make your way in. There's a faint sound of music beginning to permeate the air. One moment.
Oh. That's why it fucked up. Okay, never mind. Don't mind me.
Yeah,
From what
yeah.
we've been told, what's the procedure for what's about to occur?
Each year during these, as the sort of opening ceremony, the 3 major city-states and 3 others that are randomly elected or brought around in cycles put forth some sort of act or showcase to show how great their city-state has done in this past year. They'll generally showcase celebrities who've come from their towns or specific trade goods, somehow marketing it up with some sort of performance. And once all 6 of those are done, there is usually a meal provided along with it, and then the representatives leave to an anthem, much akin to the hosting city's national anthem or statal anthem, whatever you'd call it, the city song. And they proceed into a room that has been warded and protected for privacy, and they begin to cast votes. Then guards would remain until their representative steps out. Then they escort them to their quarters, or if they've done their vote and would like to leave, they go to the cart and they leave. You know that the representatives aren't allowed to leave until they've cast all their votes, and you know that given that your charge is putting forth a lot of these legislature propositions, she's likely going to want to stay so she can get the quick and immediate response on how they've fared. So, you all are saying you'll probably be in this ballroom for a little bit. Then, while they're voting, at least some of you have to stay by the door. Some might be able to go explore other things, but it's likely going to be most of the day you're going to be just standing and waiting.
Okay.
So, you would also know, because I feel like Sankiri would have tried to ascertain how secure it is in there, that they are very particular about protecting against any kind of intrusion on the discussions. There's multiple people with true sight. The area is permanently under private sanctum, etc.
Would the governess be able to bring in Varshi with her?
She would not want to bring in Varshi. But if she wanted to, she could. But she will not want to bring in the familiar. as it is still private matters that she doesn't wish to discuss with her guards necessarily.
So Zankuri would explain to her that he has recently acquired a particular, how do I put this, bolsterative effect, one that I can sublime through Vashi to allow you during key points of the debate you're going into to be much more persuasive, much more well received.
Are you referring to some sort of magical effect?
Yes, enhancement.
Well, it would be a good idea. There are people who would be able to see that I've attempted to bolster myself and my persuasive ability, and it would not reflect well on me, as they would realize that I'm trying to win them over through any means necessary.
How so?
Seeing that I've enhanced my charismatic abilities would make it seem
No, I
seem
mean,
trustworthy.
what kind of detection methods?
Essentially, there will be people there with detect magic, true sight. It's under private sanctum. It's as secure a room as a nation would have. It's so if you cast enhanced ability on someone, they would see that there is a shimmering aura of. Yeah.
What if they didn't have that aura?
When you cast a spell, choose one. Make her a persuasion check to see if she will let you do this. There's still a risk if something were to reveal it somehow.
Come on, lucky dice. Nope.
An 8. I mean, if you want to roll again, if somebody has a charisma card.
Let me
Where's my
see.
card? Nope. Sorry. I have a +3 on a roll.
Sorry, no charisma.
No, all's good.
Alrighty. Then she will respond with a, I appreciate the offer, but I don't want to do anything that might jeopardize the points I'm making, as it would be fairly hard to recover from, even if one heard that or pieced together that I could be under these sorts of effects. They might try and claim, especially coming from a very magical city, that I'm trying to use magic in some way to affect them. And if put to the test, I would still have, though not seen through divination, they could still find ways to prove that I am affected by magic, and it wouldn't reflect well upon me. There's no guarantee they would do it, but I don't feel comfortable with the risk.
Yep. It is your prerogative as my employer. My skills are... the fuck?
Carry on.
My skills are at your disposal, however you see fit.
Of course. If your group would like, as long as you keep at least half of you here, I know there's a prisoner you may want to speak to or interrogate. You're welcome to go travel the grounds of this building as you please, so long as at least half of your group stays at the door to receive me when I'm done.
Of course.
Thank you. And is there anyone else is there anything else anyone wanted to ask the governess before we get into these ceremonies?
Nope.
No.
Okay. So, as you all enter back into the ballroom. There we go, it's starting. You see the representatives are beginning to take their seats with their banners and their guards sat behind them. The Freywick representative sneers, as well as Matuk, seeing you all enter. All the ones who you have regarded positively very warmly give you a kind of head nod or a wave. I should also point out that Madame Jinlea would have spoken to your charge, the governess Cromwell, about the favor she's owed for helping you all catch the assassin. At this point, if you all wanted to ask her about what she asked for.
Our night alone together?
Oh, shoot. I did mean to move you over. Thank you. I did mean to bring you all here. Whoops. What were you saying, Norman?
Nothing important.
As you all make your way in and begin to sit, you see the first person taking to the stage is appears to be a Thrycreen individual in an apron with a chef's hat, beginning to push in heavy equipment that looks to be of a culinary design. Sees a couple hot wells, a water basin, just sliding them into marked places on the floor. People kind of murmuring and wondering, who is this guy? What is he doing? Before he goes over and plants a flagpole on the end and starts to raise his city's flag, and you see the banner of Steelwood magically flapping as though there were wind, as if any of you have detect magic on. The flagpole is enchanted to make whatever flag attached to it flap as if it were being blown in the wind.
It's a flap. It's a flagpole of billowing.
Yeah, pretty much. And so they hoist up the flag, and the colors of Steelwood are shown there. And you see this Thrycreen begin to unroll a parcel of cooking utensils. As you see Lord Parnassus Wren begin to step up to the dance floor and staging area to begin the announcements of the ceremonies. He begins, "My fellow representatives and their esteemed guards, it is my honor to have the privilege of opening this year's ceremony with none other than Chef Morris Levine of Steelwood. This past year has been," and he goes on and on for about a 10-minute speech about how trade has been up in Steelwood. They've faced adversity, but they've pushed through it, and that Chef Levine is a reflection of all that makes Steelwood great, as well as a few subtle tourism pitches about sights to see in his city. And you see a couple of the common folk in the crowd just, "Oh, we should go there. Oh, that'd be good. Look, add that to the calendar." Just his pitch seems to be working a little bit. As he begins to step off the stage and back to his seat. The lights dim, the torches dim just a little bit, and you see Chef Levine takes out 2 chef's knives and twirls them. "Today, I will be preparing the fine meal for all of you lovely representatives and their guards." You see the workers here start to push out racks of meat that he begins to quickly and masterfully prepare into something. It appears that he's preparing some sort of steak and carbonara dishes. Would you like to make a perception check to spot if there's anything funny happening with the foods on Carrie?
Very much like to.
Give me a perception check. Solid from you too, Katira. Okay. Going off Katira's 19. Unless somebody else is rolling. Oh, Zankiri had a 24. Whoops. Going off Zankiri's 24.
I'm curious, like if I wanted to kill all these people, what are the 3 ways I would most do it? Poison the food, checks the food.
Yeah. Sure, that. Still with an 18, you're sniffing out for poison. You see no evidence of foul play in the way he's moving, though you do see a very skilled chef. What's the Marcus 10? As I said, he doesn't have a token.
Just trolling a little.
I understand why he's doing it. It's valid, but still. He masterfully prepares some filet portions, some shrimp carbonaras, and all in all starts producing very quickly just about 10 minutes. I'm sure you've all been to a hibachi restaurant and sat at the grill. It's
No.
much like that. Yes, thank you for the impromptu token. Much like the show they put on there, he prepares in such a way to be entertaining as he's moving along. I'm gonna roll to see how well he does. Let's say, what about that? He does all right. For him, it's kind of a middle of the road performance, but to most everyone else watching, it is a phenomenal display of just juggling knives, just balancing things. All in all, is a oddly gripping sight to behold as they serve out portions to the representatives, and then you all have less nice ones. You do end up having a fine meal, though, prepared for you, as one of the things that Steelwood is trying to show off is how elegant and refined their city is through this. I know, that's why I said middle of the road for them, Pandora. And you all are given a couple portions, at literally two. You get one steak portion and one carbonara portion between a lot of you. It is not enough to feed you, but it is enough to taste and be like, wow, that's really good. And so, that's just wrong, Norvin. It should be 10 plus their mod is their average. As the chef begins to conclude and start wrapping up, I would love to go into the mathematics of this, Norvin, but you're wrong. They can't get a 1. Because what you're doing assumes that their values are ranging from 1 to 29. Yeah. Sorry. I saw wrong math being done and I couldn't look away. I was trying to stay on track. As he begins to conclude, people rush out and start wheeling off these hot plates. And Chef Levine addresses the crowd. And if you would like to come and visit me more, I will be continuing my work at the Raving Shark in Steelwood. Bows. And then skitters off stage.
I now need to have Script come to this dimension to perform ethnic cleansing with the French ants. Inferior lesser beings!
So I'm curious, wondering if you need a pair of like crab leg crackers to get at that guy's soul.
Script would like to know this answer as well.
We're moving on. The next representative who seems to take the floor. It's a little bit of a shocker. You see the full armored Father Kuvu of Peregrine begin to take the stage with Earl Borvain. As they both stand there, the music dims out for a minute. As they have what is essentially just a thaumaturgy stick acting as a microphone. Good people of our fine congregation. This is the Earl Borvain speaking. It has become aware to most of you that in recent history, my dear sister has passed away. Though Dragon God was meant to have a display here, I would instead like to offer a moment of silence and a prayer for those we have lost this year. Father Kuvu, if you would. And everybody kind of takes a little bit of a brace as Kuvu stands up to the mic for his prayer. If anybody would like to make a insight check to see if anybody has any reactions to the mentioning of his sister being taken. Okay, a 6. 25. Karen, did you want to try and see if anybody...
Well, 13 for me.
No, Liv has her phone. Oh. I don't know where things are. Romeo, all her roles are delegated to someone other than the GM because I am running the game. So either Norvin or Shane, as she's usually delegated. One of you can roll me. All right, a 17. And with her mod, I'm sure that's going to be pretty good. Checking her checking her sheet specifically. That'll be insight a +3. So a 20 overall. Okay. Love that. 25 seems to be our overall. Dad, you see a kind of sliminess to some of the way people react to this. For the most part, on the surface, there's the, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I just heard," kind of fake condolences. And for most of the representatives, there seems to be this sort of muscle memory of vulnerability. We can drive into this, including your employer, who's just kind of has a little bit of a reaction that this makes them susceptible to what I want them to do. There's very few who show genuine remorse with no alternative, one of them being Father Kuvu, Matuk, a couple of the blue-collar city-state reps. But all in all, it's shallow condolences. As Kuvu steps up. This year, we have lost many good souls against the fight in evil. It is times like this I am reminded of Tamir's guidance, that death should not be feared, for the stories of our lives will be written in the annals of history should we have left our mark. And I am confident that Earl Borvain's sister will have left a lasting impression on all those she was around. I offer my deepest condolences to both the Earl and all those who have lost loved ones and colleagues to the forces of darkness this year. They would now like to offer forth a moment of silence in their honor. You all, I'm carrying forward this insight check into this. It's also clear that he's not mentioning certain things, perhaps at the request of the Earl. But still, in this moment of silence, he waits and waits before nodding up. Thank you. Now on to our next performance. And
I just want to say, it took everything Zonkiri had not to mage hand a cup off the table in that moment of silence.
Should have done it.
It was. You could have heard a pin drop in it. Just
Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Shatter.
No, never mind. How far away is fucker we don't like sitting? Baldy.
Him.
Yeah, him.
Oh, there we go. Probably on the opposite of you all, because Moonwatch and Freywick. So it does kind of a U shape. You all will be on the ends with Etherfort in the middle of the U. So I'd say about 20 feet in a straight line.
Okay, yeah, just Sonic hand his cup off the table.
The heavy metal tankard reverberates. You see he clinches up and doesn't move. He also does not bow his head. He remains eyes open and doesn't blink. And watches his cup get pushed off and begins to glare. It's dimly lit, so he can't quite make out what you were doing. Especially because I'm sure you weren't waving your arms very largely to signal it.
Oh, no, Sonic hand.
Yeah.
Absolutely no components.
Yeah, so you knock it off, and he's trying to glance around for who did it, but says nothing. Some people kind of side-eye him. He just kind of rolls his shoulders back, chin out. Slight sneer. He's just glaring at Moonwatch, because of course it has to be them, though he has no evidence. Of course it has to be his enemies who cause problems for him. And the silence ends. As you see, the first one up will be Governess Cromwell. As she steps up, you see a figure from the crowd stepping forward. She will tell you all. I will be right back. And she steps down to the stage. As the first of these will be Moonwatch, introducing Fane Industries and their modular weaponry line. That was a tongue twister. You see what appears to be a sun elf male in his late middle-aged years, stepping forward in a long white trench coat with a crate wheeling forward. As the governess addresses the crowd as the music continues. Is it play? Unpause?
You have to set it to loop.
How do you unpause it? Well, I paused it, I didn't dismiss it.
Play.
I just play.
No, it plays a track. Resume, that's it.
Resume.
There we go. Also realize I'm not doing this in the bot channel. Whoopsies.
Bigfoot.
And the governess addresses the crowd. Here we have a representative from Fane Industries. Fane Industries is an up-and-coming artifice producer in Moonwatch. They seek to produce cheap and effective implements for adventurers of any expertise level to better protect both our mercenaries and our cities. And you see this Sun Elf individual step forward and open the crate. And he draws out what appears to be a sword, but at the handlebar there seems to be a large circular indent with some sort of clasping mechanism. As he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small cylindrical ruby, he says, Representatives, here we have just a simple, normal, refined short sword produced by Fane Industries. Patent pending, design exclusive. On its own, it's just a well-balanced, fine piece of weaponry. But have you ever been needing to make every hit count on a creature? Now, you have an opportunity. No more will you need to covet the paladins in your orders. As he takes the ruby and places it into the middle, you hear a clicking noise as it gets pulled in, and you see a thin red line travel up the middle as it begins to glow. Now, you too can carry packs of stored power. Boom. Stepping out of the crate is a small, scarecrow-looking automaton. It stands up and then kind of T-poses. Now, you may normally be able to... He slices in twice and leaves some good slashes on his chest that quickly stitch back together. Be able to get in your regular damage with these weapons. But should you need to leave a lasting impact, he flicks a trigger on the handle and the flame ignites as the ruby smashes as the inner part begins to spin with the flaming ball now encased inside of it. As he slices it, the energy leaps off the blade and strikes into the scarecrow, much like a divine smite would look. And there's now just extra damage dice of fire left on his attack, and it begins to spin slower and slower until it stops spinning that central mechanism. This is but one of our implements that should be hitting the market here soon. After months of research and safety precautions, we found that this modular elemental saber would make a wonderful addition to any adventuring party or royal guard. Also available in a variety of forms, including lance, spear, glaive, longsword, great axe, short sword, and just goes on to name a bunch of weapons. Also available in ranged weapons such as crossbows, light crossbows, and firearms. There is a hammer, and you see he takes out a couple of them. You see a hammer that has in between the two like heavy nodes on the hammer head. There's one of those cylindrical spots to put in a gem, and you see he does take out a pistol. We also have extended storage for these. As you see, he takes out a pistol that has a attachment to it that almost looks like a second barrel, but it holds multiple of these cylindrical mechanisms. As you see, he loads in 4 of his fire ones, and as he pulls back the hammer, observe the skeleton now with like a large part of its chest burned away. Just you see, he fans the hammer, and all 4 of them go off in succession, boom, 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 firing these bursts of fire damage until the skeleton or this scarecrow just drops into pieces on the floor. Burn. And he holsters it. With inventions like these, your safety is of no concern. If you're interested, feel free to send a writ of order, to Moonwatch. I thank Lady Cromwell once again for the opportunity to represent our fine city. Gives a nod and picks up his scarecrow automaton and dumps it into a crate. Begins to wheel them off as the crowd's clapping. Freywick is upset. Though, I feel like that's to be expected.
I would like to forward my complaint to the HR department.
It's proprietary information.
See, proprietary when I fucking drop a smile. Anyway.
Oh, Zonkiri, you don't want to know what happens when the firearms misfire score hits. Actually, I'm gonna roll those.
He fanned the hammer, man. He's gonna get capacity.
So it does misfire once. So he tries to fan the hammer to show off, but it misfires. And on the last one, is thematics. You see just a blast of flame come back, and his hair is now blasted back in soot and ash. Of course, there are still limits with the firearms, as their mechanisms react like others, but we are working on ways to decrease these.
Does seem to kill it.
Nah, the Zonkiri is already like, okay. What would be the best way to tamper with those and then spread them amongst my enemies?
I mean, it's a complicated mechanism. You feel like if you got your hands on one, you could probably figure that out.
You can probably stuff them in your skeleton's eyes.
You need to get the mechanism. Get your hands on the rounds, slightly overload them with gunpowder, and the whole gun will blow up in their face.
Yeah.
But it's just one hairline fracture.
As he retires from the stage, and you see somebody comes out with a broom real quick and sweeps up the ash. Freywick is a little bit, he has a little bit of an excited sneer at seeing them kind of fuck up their show. Next, the Lord and Lady of Etherfort. One goes to the left, one goes to the right around the U as they walk forward and stand at the front. For their piece, it is just an interpretive dance of a local creative group to Etherfort, and you all sit through a 10-minute interpretation of the year in Etherfort. It's mediocre. Or, let's see. It's not very good. You can tell that they are stressed with who they're performing in front of, and you see a couple oh my... Would you like to?
Well, God is not. I just want to do that.
Okay. You see they fall, they just keep doing the same moves over and over again. And eventually, they come to a stop and bow and shuffle off. The Lord and Lady look a little bit disappointed in how that turned out, but...
Who is that for?
Etherfort, the people who own this place. That's what they put forward.
Who's?
Well, that was something.
How did you say?
Stick to governing.
You really... and then the last one will be Freywick, who you see steps forward with and you see a large metal device being wheeled from the side of the room. As the commander steps out, Commander Lars steps out. Says, "From Freywick, our advancements in military science and siege warfare have greatly advanced in this last year. This is one such device. You see he clicks something in his hand, and the box begins to go from a cube shape, and drops down 4 legs, slightly raise up, then a barrel extends out. This is one of our compact siege weaponries, capable of demolishing a stone wall in under 10 minutes. This beauty has been stored upon in various locations along the coast and throughout the continent in case of a hostile takeover, as well as having battalions from Freywick man and protect them. With this technology, we can better protect our nation and ungoverned country from unneeded interventions. And as he clicks again, you see the barrel begins to spin around the room, still pointed up, not at anybody. Boom. Until it faces like towards the U. And it is with great honor I would like to demonstrate its firing. And you see somebody walks in with a shell and hands it to him and he begins to load it. Still pointed up to the roof, towards the U at the moment, as he begins to spin it around. Now. You see he begins to spin this thing around and lowers it, not at people, but low enough to try and send a message about where he's at and what they have access to. As this box is probably about 10 feet, a 10-foot cube in itself. So it is very small. It's very, very heavy, but... You say what?
Size of a normal catapult.
This is more like a tank in its design than a catapult. So it's...
So not small.
Oh, yeah. Fitting in the 10-foot cube, it is large. I mean, in regards to like what it's able to do, it's a very compact version of what you would expect. Where was I? As he continues to kind of spin it around the room, you see he aims it up towards a stained glass window. Boom! The sound of gunfire explodes through the room as you see a confetti cannon shoots out, filling it with red and black confetti, just with the little colors of Etherfort spread around the room, or not Etherfort, of Freywick spread around the room. He fiddles with the device again in his hand and loads back up. Boom! And then begins to push it again, or people come out to pull it back off stage. And with that should conclude our demonstrations for the evening. It is now time for my fellow representatives and I to recede into our private chambers and begin discussing legislation and voting. Thank you. And he proceeds to his table, and all the representatives begin to stand up, having finished their meals, begin to make their way to the door. I'm going to roll to see how well his intimidations worked. And I'll roll to public as I did for everybody else's.
My fellow Americans, I tell you.
I'll do it in the middle. I'll do the d20, but not add the modifier. Okay. So.
Question.
Yes.
With Zunkiri's knowledge of engineering and siege warfare, can he get an idea as to how destructive that cannon might actually be? If loaded
Give me
properly.
an engineering check, or if you got up to it, you could do investigation, but I don't think perception would be able to get what you're looking for. So, engineering or investigation. The investigation would be getting up to it. Okay. 25. It seems... this one might have been dumbed down a little bit, or altered a little bit for display. You feel like this one might have been taken special care in how it was assembled to make sure that it fires and looks intimidating and scary. Boom, extra loud, all those things. The real practical ones likely are a little bit more tame in their looks. But destructive capability, they look pretty capable of being able to help siege a city. especially with the size of the shells you saw he was putting in there. They have these already made and spread out, like he said. That's kind of a threat against anybody trying to act out against them. So yeah,
We talking like 3d10 ballista, 5d10 catapult, 8d10 trebuchet.
on the higher ends. I haven't put a specific die value to it, but a lot. I'm not immediately familiar with all the siege weapons, but yeah, it's safe to. The best I can say is that it's a strong siege weapon that does decent damage. Yeah, and it seems to not take many crew to operate. Do you have any other questions?
No.
Okay. Did anybody else have anything they wanted to do before, or speak to any people before they recede in?
Don't think so.
Okay. This was that last chance in case, because they're about to be behind those walls for a minute. So, you all follow the governess in as they all fold into a room one by one. You see there's a series of mages in there who begin to cast spells that you recognize as True Sight, Detect Magic, etc. And then you recede to the corners of the room and watch. As all the representatives come in, doors close, and you hear heavy locking mechanisms engage. And now you all watch as the peasants begin to file out of the room. The lights get brought up all the way. Workers are coming to take these special tables out. What would you all like to do? As the music stops and the musicians leave, you all are free to interrogate prisoner as you were told, roam this building as you please, but half of you needed to remain at the door.
What are the other guards doing?
The other guards are mostly standing at attention and waiting just at their representative's table rather than all crowding around the door. Just kind of
One
sitting there
second.
and talking to each other and watching the door every now and then. You see some of them start to take out cards and begin to deal people in. A couple of them start to place bets on their games, etc. Just killing time when they have to be here.
Connor, I have a question.
Yes?
He said that his city had already spread those about.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Interesting.
You sound like you have a question or a comment you want to make.
Makes either he's up to something or he just stuck his foot in his mouth majorly.
Perhaps.
Because just one, if you have those if that kind of weapon deployed near another city, you don't want to tell them that, because one, that raises up questions of why are you deploying military capable machinery near us.
Mm-hmm. You
It
know
also
there are forts littered around near cities in case, because since most don't have a standing army, especially along the coastlines, there's a lot of forts from Freywick that have stations of soldiers as well as these siege weapons, and they're not too terribly far from any cities, so they're not on their doorstep.
How illegal is patricide?
and the other thing I'm thinking is by announcing you have those spread around, you're just inviting someone to steal one of them and reverse engineer them.
Possibly. He seemed like an intellectual man. You have a feeling it was intentional that he did that he said what he said.
He's overplaying his hand.
Perhaps. So, you all are at your table with each other. There are 2 chairs. Most of you are standing. What would you all like to get into?
We'll sit at this table.
Mm-hmm.
How long will this take, do you think?
Hours.
Well, time to exercise my right as an old piece of garbage. Hang on. Dat Rat, come here. I pick up Dat Rat.
What are you doing with that rat?
I pick up Dat Rat and I put him around my my lumbar and I lean back and go to sleep. You hear a vague squeak behind me. You do notice he isn't snoring when he leans back with his eyes closed. What he does, he puts the cowl over his eyes, but there's a little bit of a poke out from there. He's just
Okay.
leaning back with his eyes closed, resting, but he's not subwoofering.
Yeah. Did anybody want to go and try and interrogate the prisoner you all had?
Oh, right, we can do that. Hang on.
Can we
Sure.
do that?
The governess gave you permission.
Does she have permission to give us permission for that?
They're currently in Moonwatch's custody
Custody.
for, like, the trial date will be set in Moonwatch, but they're currently, like, in her custody, just held here, and she will be traveling back with you all, or later in the prison cart,
Half of us have to stay here, right?
at least.
At least half. We've got. Well, we have perfectly 6. So, do we? If we do this, who do we want to send? Definitely. Well, and Daryl, do you want to do this? Because we can't kill her.
You've got 7. You need at least 3 people. I'll be nice. I'll round down. At the door.
We have 6 people.
You have 7. I'm
Who's
Daryl,
your 7?
Dat, Karen, Katira, Morgana, Silver, Zonkiri. 7.
Oh, right. I'm not seeing Katir big brain time.
Yeah.
I was reading the book.
Was that just mentioned or?
Karen thought there were 6 people. I was naming off all 7.
I think Katir should stay here for the basis of duh, and she has the highest perception in case she goes down here.
Makes sense.
I think I should go to the cell in case some fuckery happens, and I can heal her if we have to. If we want to interrogate her, and what are we trying to get information on, if at all? Is there anything we really need from her?
The only thing that would be of importance is if she was planning anything during the event itself. Anything before or after, we have all the time in the world on the road to interrogate her. The only thing of pressing matter is if she had something planned in the immediate.
Something else involving summoning something from beyond the pale. Yeah, I'd like to go just in case some sort of assassination dumb shit is happening.
And
At least 2 people.
Wouldn't some sort of assassination bullshit be better served with you here protecting our employer?
No, I mean assassination on her in case there's information that we just don't know that we need yet. Silence loose ends, that thing you're probably really good at.
Actually, no. You think he gets captured, he knows to kill himself.
Imagine the rat wants to be on guard.
That's why I put the boxes down so people can move their tokens. I'm gonna go ahead and move Liv to the on guard unless I hear otherwise.
And
'cause-
Dariel's going to try and get Karn's attention real quick, too.
Yes. He still looks uncomfortable, but he's just trying to. Yeah.
She is going to pull out her book and flip it towards you. Would you write your name here for me, please?
Sure. He
And
wants
if
to
you
quit.
can read the writing, you'll notice that there's a name missing now, and there's room for another one.
I can hazard a guess. I'm. He's puzzled. He wants to ask a question, but he's not gonna question his good fortune about and no expletives. So he writes Karen in very, you know how doctor's handwriting that
As long as it's your signature, that's all it needs
it's
to
a
be.
signature. It's legible. That's it.
Yeah,
Doesn't even need to be legible, to be honest.
I was gonna say if you're doing doctor handwriting, I wouldn't say legible.
Legible extended.
Eyes of the roomkeeper, you can read doctor handwriting.
Doctor, turn off my commission inventories.
But Raiden, that's lame as shit, dude. Who cares? Oh,
Live in here.
okay.
Anyway.
Why is
yeah.
everyone on guard?
No. All right.
I just put the minimum there. I can put more if less want to go.
I don't even know what's happening. I just know
We're-
there's somewhere on guard.
You know,
We're going to
the,
go
South-
and interrogate the prisoner. And we're trying to figure out who's going and who's staying.
No,
Morgana will
just
interrogate.
please just send Karen. All right,
It
so
is-
I'm gonna need you to.
And Ariel, the one who is tied to your goal, as a reminder.
We just need her to die. She'll go then.
Okay. You would also understand that it is likely you're not allowed to kill her here because she's not yet been proven guilty.
Yes. I'm aware of that.
Gotcha. Just giving her reminders. Alright. And as far as Sankiri goes,
What's Zankuri doing?
sending
He's
Varshi away.
Yeah.
There we go.
There was 8 the whole time. Silly.
God, the tininess of Varshi.
The audacity of this child creature.
Is Varshi flying with you or like on somebody's shoulder?
And she sit on Morgana's shoulder, please.
Sure. If Morgana like
Yeah.
tilts her head a little bit, indicating her shoulder, Varshi will just land there and just kind of pat
She's
Morgana
hanging
on
from your
like,
she's hanging from your bun tail in your token.
So,
Perfection.
the on guard team, you all, half of you managed to sit down, the other half kind of lean up against the wall, make small talk. The away team, you make your way towards the holding cell, the makeshift holding cell that this person's been put in, and explain to the guards through writ or some other means of how you were allowed to, are let into the room.
I assume that there's a kitchen nearby, right? A kitchenette. Somewhere.
There's one close to where you all were. You could have gone there and then.
Karen would like to brew some tea.
All right. Easy enough. If you just kind of like play the part,
Pretty
and
much
pretend to be a cook with all that's going on, you can kind of just go in, do your thing, and walk
Karen
out.
is the cook. He has the apron that says "Kiss the Cook." It's required.
But yeah, there's so much chaos and like breaking everything down. You can kind of just slip in and.
Essentially, he's making this world's equivalent of chamomile tea.
Okay.
Just very relaxing tea.
You take the pot and the cups with you.
Yep. He's got orc china, meaning it's very dense and very made of hard metals.
Oh, I thought you were just taking it from the kitchen.
No. He's got his very crude, but sturdily made cups.
Gotcha. Okay. You make your way over with your boiling kettle.
Mhm.
You all make your way in. Is there any other preparations, Andariel or Morgana, or Varshi / Zonkiri that you wanted to make? Varshkiri. Nice.
Behold, charisma.
Is that one of your ritual castings?
No, I used a spell slot.
Oh,
I don't have ritual casting yet, buddy.
I thought you had that book, Invocation.
The tome? Yeah, I do.
Tome Shadows.
Oh, no, I don't.
Shadows.
I don't have Tome of Shadows.
I know
One
that
of the
eventually
first
lets you basically treat it like a wizard spellbook, and you can add in rituals.
Book of Ancient Secrets.
That's
Or
the
that's the one.
okay. I thought
I
you had it
haven't
already.
played
My
that
mistake.
warlock yet. So, what spells do I want to play with? Oh, the one I've had prepared the whole time, but I haven't used. Fantastic.
So-
How long does that last? Interesting.
You all step into the room after casting your spells to prepare, or if you're Morgana, just squaring your shoulders.
All right. Crown of Madness. No.
Ah! You all step in, and they close the door behind you.
The
Close the eye
prisoner's
slit.
attacking us. Self-defense. Bam.
You have 10 minutes. They'll leave the eye slit open to make sure you don't just murder her, and they can still look in if things go on. But you all are given like a 10-minute window to talk to her before they want you to check back in, or they're going to like peek in. They're going to check in at least every 10 minutes to make sure you good, you're not charmed, nothing funky going on. But since there's since there's more than one of you, they're more or less just like gonna glance in, see you're still alive, and go back to guard duty.
This isn't technically a charm.
So you all step in. She still seems to be meditating. You all step like within 10 feet of her and just eyes open. What do I owe this pleasure?
Karen just puts on his quote unquote mask and has a very warm grandfatherly smile. And what he's going to do is, we're just here to check up on some things. And Dario, just give me 1 second. I need to do some preparations. And he's going to get a small little like stone or something and set the kettle on that. He's going to set up cups for everyone. He's going to pour some chamomile tea into each of them. He gets some very aged honey and puts it in his cup. He'll put that down there. I guess anyone else wants it. Otherwise, he's going to sit. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah.
All right, is that a charisma save?
It is, and I know if they resist.
I'll just roll it to public then. They are resisting. Well, 28. As you cast Zone of Truth, you see like a bolt of red lightning that jumps off of her. And just,
Intriguing. So it was you.
Just as a note, she has to remake that save every 6 seconds. Until she fails.
you know where they...
Oh right, I can't. Oh, wait, yeah, can I?
Till spell ends, a creature that enters the area for the first time. Oh yeah. Huh. Alright, so that's the first round of it at least.
Yeah, he sits down there, pours the tea, puts a 1 cup near her, and then he's gonna sip some of his. Warms the body, cleanses the soul.
Actually, Morgana makes a good point. If the room's particularly small, y'all gotta make it too.
It's okay. You can like step back.
And
as he's
Dario will
casting.
willingly fill it. Not a big deal.
Just for funsies. No. Actually, he's fine. He's like, he'll just sit there. He'll kind of lean up against the on the wall and just get comfortable. Anyone wants to start questioning? Go ahead.
She continues to twitch. I'll roll charisma saves periodically for her save for a minute. 10 minutes. Ooh.
Let me know when she is under the effect of the spell.
Oh,
There we go.
I put up a thumbs up.
15 seconds in. How does Zone of Truth taking look for your magic? I feel like you have
A small or like soft fuzzy orb of red light comes out of my hand and just like a little red ball of yarn kind of bumps on the floor and kind of just roots itself, making a little tree. and then the whole room is bathed in a bit of a soft red light.
I do magic resistance a little different. I give them, you can use that a number of times equal to their proficiency. I'd say she'd probably use it.
And whenever she
No,
lie,
she'd hold on to it, knowing that Zone of Truth is just going to keep doing this for 10 minutes. She's not going to burn one, knowing that she's got like 90 more tries or whatever to get through. She'll just let it happen.
so and also he has it so the little red light in there will flicker if she lies.
Gotcha. So, like a lie detector test.
Essentially.
All right. You see she's looking at you. Well,
So, how long have you been parasiting off of Odalon the Lordly?
I don't think that really matters to you, from what I've seen.
No, it matters to me quite a lot.
The specific time matters to you?
Curiosity. And trying to get a judge of how long he's been afflicted.
I haven't sat down and counted out the time recently, but a while, perhaps, depending on your perspective. It could be short or long, depending on how you quantify time.
Wow. She looks at Varshi. Just wow. All right, Karen.
Varshi looks at you. Varshi looks at you and just kind of like her mouth kind of opens up a bit and she puts a wing on her chest. Like, what are you looking at me for?
Squeak, squeak, squicker, squick, squicker, squeak,
She looks
squeak,
genuinely offended.
squeak.
Morgana pats Varshi on the head.
I'm not good at the entire double talk painting people into a corner thing, so Karn, have at it.
He turns his head, stone grinding.
That sounds like a bit of an insult. And you know I'm not lying.
Well, no, it wasn't. Jesus.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm very sure.
Hmm.
And I'm under the very same spell you are, so she looks at Karn. Wasn't meant as an insult. I apologize.
Which is fine. I've heard worse. And you're not entirely wrong. He'll kind of straighten up and sip some more of his tea. Go ahead, try some.
You hand it over to her.
Yeah, I put the cup in front of her. I poured it out in front of her, and I took a sip from my cup as well before she did.
Is it poisoned?
Unless I'm immune to poison.
I don't know about you. And she takes a sip. Yeah. That's what she's making a comment on. She's like, are you trying to poison me? It'd be funny if you do.
No, I'm not trying to poison her. No, I take a certain pride in my herbal skills. Poisoning isn't necessarily my shtick.
All right, Uncle Iroh, chill the shit.
All right, Mr. Leaf Juice, come at me, rat. You could have come here too and done your drugs, but now we're playing with my herbal tea roundabout. Leave me alone.
So is there a point to this investigation? I know your spell won't last forever.
That's why I do have some questions that I only have a roundabout information on. Would you have filled Karen in about this Odalon reversal of the Warlock Pack thing?
Not really a reversal. We just need to kill him.
That's the closest thing I can come up
She
with.
would have told you that they need to die.
They're actively leeching off some sort of shackles on your patron's father.
Yeah.
I see. Well, but before we get to that, I just have some questions for this young lady here. And I will bring up: is there any way of just outright just taking away the thing without murdering her? Well, quote unquote, executing her, or is that a requirement? It's like a soulbound thing.
As long as she has her pact with this individual, it's going to continue to be a problem. That's as much as Andariel knows, so that's as much as I can share.
Maybe while I'm talking with her, maybe you could ask your patron if there's any way of just severing it. I've heard tales of severing packs through various means. Folk tales, even.
Heart attack. The NPC is just looking at you two, waiting for you to ask her a question.
I was waiting on Endariel's response.
I don't know. Jasa?
In your head. Oh, this bitch. Oh. She's very clearly fuming. What do you need to know?
Jasa's not going to give us a straight answer at the time. And that would be, provided that she's willing to break the pack herself, which somehow I doubt.
I'll break her neck. I'll break anything. I'll break all her bones.
All right,
In the back of your head.
No, it's Scrappy Doo. It's let me at him, let me at him, let me at him. Then we're going to start this off a bit awkward then. Given that, according to all the information I have, you have to die in order to free this entity. I guess I'll start with, how did you come into contact with this Eidolon? Eidolon?
Odilon,
Eidolon, thank you.
the lordly.
Right.
She looks at you.
Apologies.
I have to die, you say? Is that true that you intend to have me killed?
I don't intend to do anything. I'm here just to be an intermediate. Is there a way of severing the pact?
Who paid you to assassinate the governess?
That was going to be one of the questions, yes.
She smiles. Somebody, clearly.
Well, she's not going to answer any of our questions. This is kind of pointless.
Make it worth
Maybe-
my while.
Make it worth your while.
Why would I give you anything if you're just going to kill me?
Perhaps if you told us who hired you to kill her, she'll hire you to protect her because you're just a mercenary, let's face it,
But
instead of having you executed.
But you all seem very keen that you want me dead.
Which
I
is
do.
why I'm interjecting for a second. There's always it may be different. There's always other routes to take.
Now-
Even though some are isn't. Just trust me. I'll check. I know
Would
it's
you
hard.
willingly break your pact with Odilon?
It's not impossible.
Let me rephrase my question again. How and why did you seek out this entity's power? I'm here to get you, not your side of things, but a more framing for what may proceed. And he sips some more of his tea. Drink some more.
I'm thankful for the tea, but if you do want to draw anything out of me, you're going to have to make me want to tell you.
Well, unfortunately, this is really a matter of your life. If you do not provide anything, this will end with an investigation and likely actual torture from someone other than us, and or just executing you. The allegations are pretty stacking, and the evidence is found. I'm just trying to provide something that might make your sentence more lenient.
Evidence? What evidence
No need
do
to
you
worry
have?
about. Nothing you need to worry about. He sips his tea some more.
I
Now-
would just like to point out that probably would have been detected as a lie. She probably very much needs to worry about that shit.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Connor to act up and say it.
I don't think
It's like,
Karen's under his own spell, is he?
It's a radius thing. If the room's less than 15 feet wide, then there's nowhere he can put it.
It's
that
definitely
wouldn't-
more than 15 feet wide. It's centered
yeah,
on...
I wouldn't willingly put myself in front of
If
my
you get in
spell.
close and personal, you will be making the saves, but if you stay in the
Yeah,
back
no.
of the room and kind of like talk across it, you're good.
He's just sitting there sipping his tea.
Close to her, like in the zone?
No. He if he had the space, he would put himself outside it.
So yeah, you're not held to it. Well, I'm sure with the evidence you have, There's no need to investigate me. If you want me dead, it sounds like you're very confident that I'm going to be dead.
I don't particularly
I
want you dead. I simply want Odilon to be okay.
you seem to misconstrue.
And if you can
what's
do
happening
that
there.
with just breaking the pact yourself, I can live with that.
Theoretically, I could. What's your passive insight, everyone in the room?
Oh, mine probably
10.
pretty decent.
10.
Absolute shit.
Mine's actually probably pretty decent. Let me
Trash,
rip my
trash. Karen?
sheet. My passive insight is it's 10 plus the thing, right? So 17.
Okay. There's
Versus 11.
something about her. There's something up. She's not squirming. She's not upset that you're talking about her death. She's extremely calm and collected, and it unnerves you for the type of person who acts like this in these situations. They're usually not the ones that let themselves get cornered.
He seems too calm, almost as if this was planned. Is that what you're trying to? He'd like to make it. If it would give me anything else, I'd like to make an active check.
Yeah, go ahead. Make me an insight check.
Anyone level any wisdom cards that are probably about to be thrown?
I have a strength check card.
Good. I'll suplex the out of her. Yeah.
Morgana would be very interested in suplexing the tree.
Due to my grandfatherly nature, I have an advantage. Yeah.
Does anybody want to give Karen a card before I?
Don't have one, sadly,
Yo.
because I haven't gotten a card in 3 sessions.
Unlucky.
Trying to think of whether or not I think he can get anything from this. He hasn't
It's
really
only
got-
3 more than his
Yeah.
passive, so I wouldn't worry about it. So Peach staring at her, like, you're very.
I'll say there is a slight smirk that you also pick up on, Morgana, with your 17. The same as Karen. Everything the same as Karen that you pick up on. Just a slight smirk every now and then. The corner of her mouth. For fun. Same thing, Varsha
Just-
picks up.
Mogus.
17s all the way around.
She's like, I know that smirk. Suncarry has that smirk. That's a smirk of somebody who knows what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. And she just kind of sits on the bed and like rocks a little bit with her chains and just staring at you all.
Let me see. Throw a couple of assumptions real quick, and
By all
you let me
means.
know if I.
You're about halfway through your spell now. It's been about 5 minutes.
I can recast it whenever.
I know, I'm just giving you a heads up.
Yeah. There's a couple scenarios I can probably throw out here. Most of them are probably wrong, but let's see if we can dig up something. One, whether there's an entire third party situation that you know you're going to be dead before any of this comes to any fruition, and you're already just gone, and your body hasn't realized it yet. Takes a sip of his tea. Unlikely. Some of those are more resolute. They're not smirking like you.
It's a
Granted,
little
it was
bigger of a smile as you were reading her. Go on.
you believe yourself too useful to earn to your benefactor that you're going to be sprung by something, or there's a plan afoot that would, let's say, moot any investigations appropriating from Moonwatch and or Aetherfort. Am I hitting anywhere in the ballpark? I like to just stare, just sip more of his tea.
These sound like very good theories for interrogating someone.
I'm just having a conversation.
Isn't it an interrogation just a conversation with a few added expectations?
Not particularly. This only has I only have a horse in. I only have a warboar in this race. Because this nice young lady behind me is in extreme duress. To solve her friend. He looks at her friend plight. Patron.
Consider Giasa my friend, yes.
Good. All right. Her friend's extreme plight. I can see the steam curling off her.
It's quite entertaining, isn't it? She looks you right in the
Hmm.
eyes, and Dariel. I would only hope that whatever this benefactor is knows that there's nothing going to be solved by interrogating us. She's still looking at you and Dariel.
Us?
So
What do you mean by us?
You get something
She-
out of it more than just your little power boost. There's something inspirational about it. I see.
You all did catch
What do you mean
us.
by us?
What do you think I mean by us?
I wouldn't be asking you if I had a clue.
A little bit mix of a smile and a mix of I said a little too much.
Yes. How does your book work?
Mine?
Pretty sure
Yeah.
the book allows you to use the spell sending without any components.
But
to-
it's just from her end.
and it turns into writing on the book.
And you can also respond and it'll go to the book. As
But it's
writing.
only if you initiate. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Never mind then.
It's just like
Hmm.
sending. I have to initiate it.
Right. So, from what I can gather in that smoke, you're very self-assured. Other than that, you're overconfident in your amount of use to your master, if it even is that one. Or second, you have more friends here than even we might know.
Again,
Perhaps-
likely theories.
I've seen cultish personalities, Connor. Could I get like them? They're drinking the Kool-Aid vibe off her, or is she
Give me an insight check.
that? Yeah. Oh boy!
I'll say an advantage because
24.
you didn't need it. I was gonna say because you've experienced talking to these sorts of people before.
Oh
many
yeah,
times.
he's seen suck up zealots that suck up to the vampires. Some people work
They
for them
seem
gladly.
the person in front of you seems like their smugness seems to be. You want specifically to know if like they're like a zealot personality.
I want to know if they're either a zealot, if they're self-assured that their cause is for a greater good, or if they're like self-confident that they have a trump card that's going to get them out of the situation.
You have a feeling it's the self-confident option. They don't give off vibes of somebody who plays well with a group, but they seem like they have an idea or a plan or something that keeps them with this smugness. It doesn't feel like it's necessarily. There's a little bit of acting as if everything is going to be fine, but the truth of it is that they do seem to have some sort of belief that it's going to be fine. And it's self-assured rather than off a group.
He is going to scratch his chin just in contemplation. I see. All right. Well, whether your gambit pays off, we'll find out.
They won't let you kill her. If you punch her, they may not bat an eye, but I mean, if you start taking off her fingernails and she starts screaming, there might be an issue, Morgana.
Connor,
What?
you don't rip off someone's fingernails.
Put bamboo under those and let them grow.
Who knows silence?
Careful, Shane. You're walking dangerous territory that walks right back to Monday.
Bamboo's a terrible way to do that.
Yeah, just get a nail.
No, you don't even need a nail. Toothpick.
Why don't you?
Why the
why aren't you two-
sociopaths debate?
No,
Why are the sociopaths not here interrogating you? Why is the fluffy orc here?
Would you like me to do it?
No, it's too late. Get away. Shush.
At least I'll get results.
Clearly not. You didn't come here. Fuck up. It's right. Your confidence may be warranted. I frankly don't know. Whether that's in you or anyone else breaking out of here in some fancy bit of eldritch knowledge. But I'm just sitting here trying to get a better picture. And if you don't want to talk, that's up to you. And he's refilling the tea.
I'm having fun so far. As you're now picking up, the reason she said anything at all is that she's enjoyed toying with you all and stringing you along, that you might get something. And then you kind of did.
Yeah, Karen is just nonplussed. He's just giving her a very unimpressed seeing the bullshit expression. Oh, to be young again. Mm. Tell me.
I do believe this was pointless. I
You're the
say
ones
we
who came
just
to
let
me.
the governess deal with her, and I'll just stick around to make sure it's done.
Any
Tell
idea
me,
when I might be getting out of here?
What? By the way, I didn't catch your name. What is your name?
Visera. Arcanist Visera Ada.
Lycera. Hypothetically, are you the only one? Are you alone in life? In general, friends, family. You seem the very self-assured type. Maybe you have a gaggle of followers who suck up to you.
I'm afraid the question seems too broad for me to accurately answer. What you define as alone, because I think yours might differ from mine.
He's not
Perhaps.
going to answer any of our questions in a straightforward manner.
Correct. Which is why I'm just having a fun conversation now. Maybe we'll be able to glean something. Maybe not. But this will be a good view into the mentality of those you are seeking. As it seems like most, if not all of them, are drunk off their own Kool-Aid, as I've seen in the papers. I think that's the vernacular. He sips some more of his tea. Oh, yeah, he takes out a little bit of powder, puts it in his own, so like takes a little mixer. A little bit of supplement helps the bowels keep moving.
Sure. You see, she just kind of like looks at you and is like, has a look of, is the orc an addict?
Oh no! That it's medicine.
Mm-hmm. It's my prescription. It's fine.
It's all natural.
Essential oils. So
Snake oil soon. If
your
she,
spell, your spell comes to an end for the first one, at least.
He ripped it.
She'll just kind of again fight it for like 10 seconds, and then eventually numbers are against her, and she falls under.
She's not
That's
to
two
lie.
down. I wonder if I could tap everything you've got from this investigation.
Morgana's gonna turn to Andario and Karen. What is it that we wish to know from this person?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm just here to make sure she stays put and is brought to justice.
Well, by all means, let's have pull the table over here. We'll have a chat. We'll have tea.
Sips tea.
You can just send your friends away. The guards will stand, and we'll just have a lovely little chat. Joss is like a hurricane of anger in your head right now. With an obvious "don't trust her," "I'm gonna rip this bitch a new one," yada yada yada.
Andera will try to ask her if there's anything she wants to know.
She's
See if she can get a understandable answer out of her.
She doesn't really. She's very angry, so she's not thinking necessarily as clear as she could. She wishes you all could just dive forward and kill her right here, right now, and then sort out the legal troubles later. But that's also the anger talking. She's like,
Unlikely.
the only thing she wants to know is what's the quickest way we can get a blade into her throat.
You're
Gias is,
letting the governess do her thing.
I don't trust her. Look at her.
I don't trust her either.
What if she can, is there any way we can follow? If she does something?
I'm just gonna sit here. I assume you can tell if she uses your father's powers for magic.
Fine.
So, just over the next 10 minutes, he's going to tip in with just some pleasant conversation and kind of poke at. He's definitely angling her to trying to get her to monologue. That's his aim.
She continues to double speak and like weed on until the spell runs out. Just, oh, I don't know. I guess you could say something along those lines if you one had perspective on it, yada, etc., etc. She's careful not to give up too much. The only thing you've gleaned so far is the us factor and that these people, or at least this one, have some sort of recognition of Andariel and Giasa and the magic there and the situation. She didn't seem shocked to find out that somebody was coming to kill them on behalf of the patron, and that she enjoyed toying with them and trying to get a rise out of Giasa/Andariel.
Well,
Morgana's going to set down the Varshi cup.
Okay.
And walk up to, what's her name, Visera?
Karen's going to like lightly put a hand on your. Is this like in the middle of it or toward the end?
I mean,
Do you
I
look
guess
violent
the
in
middle.
your intent?
Huh?
You look violent in your intent.
No, it just looks the same as usual, just kind of blank.
Okay, he's going to stand up as well. Remember the forklift. He gives you a very
And
pointed.
Daryl's gonna give that questioned look on her face again. Look at him and go, "What the fuck does that mean?"
I'm worried about
Morgana's
the
going to nod in acknowledgement as if she understands what that means too.
Must be an orc
He's
thing.
going to step forward
Okay.
to Visera. Is Visera sitting down or is she just standing
She's
there?
like sitting on the edge of her bed and staring and talking to you all. In orc lift. Yeah.
You know how people have Pilates? That's orc Pilates.
She's smiling and just said, "Oh, is this the part where we get violent?"
Her eyes are going to squint slightly at the word violent, but then just open all the way again. No. This is where we will ask question. We have done little during this interrogation. Varshi had us preoccupied.
How cute.
And Morgana's going to reach forward with her left hand and try to grab her arm. Not violently, just trying to grab it.
You do so. Oh. Hands on the prisoner. Can't wait to see where this goes.
And she basically has her arm to where it's kind of like that Russian handshake kind of thing where you basically grip each other's forearms.
Mm-hmm.
You had mentioned us, multiple users of Andariel's patron's father.
If that's how
We
you want to
require
interpret
names.
us. I'm afraid names are a bit beyond what I'm going to share, Ralph. I'm enjoying toying with you, but I'm not going to sell out anyone else.
Let's see.
Although, you do seem like the incorrigible type. It's always the quiet ones, the secret psychos.
And Daryl will get up and walk, put a hand on Morgana's shoulder, and just leave it be.
Ooh, she's defensive.
No, just I don't want her to get in trouble.
You are still under zone of truth. You're saying you're not defensive, not a lie, you're not defensive of Morgana?
She takes it as she's not being defensive at this moment.
He hasn't made the save yet, so she's like,
It's been like 5 minutes in the aura.
no. I imagine she was sitting on the outside too after like the first
No.
stint.
No,
Oh,
and
wow.
Daryl's
Okay.
been in it the entire time. She doesn't
Oh.
really care.
Whoopsie.
That's what I was saying.
Well, when Andariel does that, Morgana's other arm was going towards her leg where she has the sickle.
Oh.
So she pulls her hand back up
It's
and
fine.
then lets go of Viscera's arm.
I am just going to be Miss Adder's roommate for the next while. I'll make sure she stays put, and I'll be with her until the moment she dies.
At least I guess I won't be alone.
Nope, you won't.
Still grinning.
God, I want to torture her so bad.
Karn, if you'd be so kind as to...
I'm back.
Karn, if you'd be so kind as to inform the governess that I will be keeping a personal eye on Miss Adder until the proper time comes.
Very well. I could do that literally right now, but I think I'll wait in person if that's all right with you. Save some
Yes,
slots and all.
definitely wait for in person. Don't send her a message while she's in a meeting.
Yeah. Yeah. He'll look at her and then he'll turn toward Miss Adder. It is regrettable to see such a young person.
You know, she's probably older than you.
She does chuckle at young.
They live a very long time.
Young in spirit. Don't be mean to the orc. We have enough shit to do with.
I've seen many of you die. It's no phasing to me.
He just chuffs, shrugs.
Miss Adder, if I promise you, under this spell, that I will never say a word of anything you tell me, will you talk to me then?
Oh. That could be fun. I can't promise these sorts of things, but it'd be fun to entertain the idea.
Free up the
Connor,
spell, Karn. So,
I have a-
and then
I-
leave. I'll
I have
talk
a-
with her.
I have a question about boy.
Yes.
Did the guards take off her magic shit?
Like, what do you mean?
The
I
collar.
would assume take away all of her
The
casting
collar.
implements and whatnot.
Her hands
The
are bound, so
collar.
she can't do somatic components, but...
The collar. The magic one.
Oh, no, that's still on
It
her.
wasn't a...
Why?
She's not convicted of anything, and she's bound in here. And
You take off a prison.
she doesn't have any weapons.
They would know she was a caster. They would make it to where she can't cast magic.
Yeah. There are no windows she could see stuff. There's no place where she could teleport. If she did, she doesn't have somatic components to do these things.
She's a warlock. She doesn't need somatic. I mean, she doesn't need components, really.
I'm
And there's
starting to
plenty of
question,
spells that are flat, verbal.
especially if they're on items that don't innocuously look like weapons. I'm questioning the guards. Why didn't you take off the magic choker?
I mean, would you like to take it off her?
I would like
Yes.
to tell the official guards to do that.
Are we allowed to do that?
Morgana's gonna turn towards her and
Please don't.
point towards her neck. What is the function of that?
Well, most people wear jewelry to formal events to show status. They see as jewelry.
What is the full function of it?
Something arcane, I'm sure you've devised.
Will it injure you if we take it off of you?
I won't be physically hurt.
Question.
Yes.
Without knowing exactly where everyone is relative to each other, would Varshi be within about 100 feet of Zunkiri at the moment?
No, definitely more than that.
Okay.
About a mile.
Will you object to me taking it off of you?
I can't stop you.
Let me
All
ask
right.
you this: will it?
And Ariel will get up and take it off of her. Nicely.
You unclasp the
Well-
back and take it off.
Okay, I guess I'll be quiet then.
Once, if you are found innocent, which I doubt, you will get this back. If you are not, I will bury it with you.
Hmm.
Does anything happen to her or the necklace when it was taken off?
Not that you see.
She'll
Does
hand
it
it to one of the guards. It's one of her effects. Put it with her others. Don't lose it.
Here, you go put this with the things. One of the
I-
guards goes off to the storage room with her stuff to go put it up and log it.
Maybe we should go get Silver to come and identify it, just so we know
We
for
can
a
do it
goddamn.
later.
We might not have later. I want to talk to you real quick.
What is it,
He-
Carney?
He's whispering. She's very confident there could be something, another angle that's going to happen soon. She's not worried about an execution back at Wash.
She will pull out her book
Oh,
and
right.
write a message in it. Silver, could you please come here?
Yeah. Varshi, head back.
No, the 3 at minimum. There, he can go.
Oh, okay.
If he decides to.
I was mute. I had my mic up. Sorry.
Nope.
I said, sure, I'll go. I'll head there.
Yeah, but I stopped the guard from heading off. I want to know what this thing is.
Okay. You stop me like, I can't just hold on to it. I have to go log it or give it to her.
We're identifying.
Well, let me
it.
hold on to it, and we're going to identify it, then I'll give it
Then
to you. That way you
you
can
handle-
blame me.
All right. It returns to the room. You've
At
only been
least,
in there
like-
for 20 minutes. Is everything good? Nobody.
Everything's
We're
fine.
about to be done. We're about to be done.
Okay. No worries. I just want to make sure nobody's.
Yeah, as soon as
She'll do the hand wave towards Adder, and she looks fine, correct?
Yeah.
Do you have anything else on her that was magic? I don't recall. Besides the choker. I'm
Not off
asking
the
the
top of my
party.
head.
I'm asking party. I know someone here who takes very good notes.
Nothing
I
she would
think-
have on her now.
Immediate assumption, and you're right, but yes.
There was vague indications that one of her weapons was magic, but
I assume that was taken, so yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Morgana's
Yeah.
gonna turn towards Adder and look at her and say, "Was the collar placed upon you by the Lord of Freywick?"
Say that again. Was the
Morgana
collar placed
asked
upon
if the
you?
collar was placed on her by the Lord of Freywick.
Huh, that is an interesting angle. No, it's
He's
mine.
worried that you were a slave.
No, it just
Was it
happened
placed
to...
upon you as ordered by him?
No, it just gave off a look that he could pilot off of.
Was it
Which was
placed
mine the whole
upon you
time. I had it before I met him.
by any of those people you regard to as quote unquote us that may or may not be working with you?
It wasn't placed upon me. No, I placed it upon myself.
Was it provided to you?
Created.
And then we wait for Silver.
Silver walks up.
Yeah.
Guards,
Identify this.
let him in. Do you have identify prepared, Silver?
No.
You can respond a message.
I didn't
You-
tell him I needed him to identify anything. I just asked him to come here.
You had one job.
Yeah. Oh. Well, that's
artifice.
Yeah.
tough.
Do you have tools to identify this besides the actual spell? Is that are there like actual checks for this kind of thing?
What?
If he has the component to cast it, he can ritual cast it.
If it's prepared.
If it's prepared,
Oh,
He's an artificer.
you can cast an artificer spell as a ritual if that spell has the ritual tag and you have the spell prepared.
oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
It does. Long live the wizard.
Yeah, wizards are spoiled. Almost every other class has that.
Meanwhile, the sorcerer's getting cannibalized. Feats let it off.
Yeah.
You have any
So
tools to check what this does?
I ha-
It's trapped.
Make an Arcana check.
Please.
I'll do an Arcana just to see.
If
Thank
anybody would like to help you, they can.
Yes, the orc with a very fantastic
If
looking.
they're proficient in Arcana, they can help you.
It's a good question. Let me check. I doubt it, but
I will assist.
Nope.
There you go.
oh,
Okay.
Although
I
you
don't know
may
if
want to
you're-
assist me.
hang on. Wait, before. Wait. Schmack. Guidance. I remembered.
Yay.
Okay. So let's see. Arcana. 18.
And a D4.
D4.
Roll 1d4.
19 total.
19.
It seems to have Eldritch magic abound it.
Oh, that's for fucking. Oh no.
That's funny, and Daryl. Rolled the GM and she rolled a 19 and a 20. Natural. For 26 and 27. Damn shame.
Oh,
Yep, damn shame.
With the 19, it seems to be some sort of Eldritch packed boon item.
Shit. Explodes.
If you're familiar with warlocks enough to know that a Pact of the Talisman is one boon warlocks can have, and this looks like a fancy talisman.
And Daryl's gonna poke Giasa.
Yeah.
Do you have any ideas what that does?
It's like a pact boon, like I gave you your book.
Oh. Okay.
It's
Does it?
So it's important to keep away from her.
It looks like it's. I mean, she can always make another one if she gets away.
Yeah,
Just
Yeah,
this
but-
one will crumble to dust, and she'll make a new one. But
It'll stop her from doing whatever it allows her to do at the moment.
until she does her ritualizing.
yeah, it is. It looks like one of the ones my father gave to them. Some of his warlocks.
Okay. Okay, just go ahead and give it to the guard. If you want to stick around, Silver, you can. Don't have to.
so how's the interrogation going?
Terrible.
Not well. She's
We're outside the
talented
doorway,
at
by the
double
way.
talk.
We walked outside.
Okay. The guard goes to log it.
Yeah, go ahead.
She's talented at double speak. She's very confident in her whatever. So I'm just gonna sit here with her.
She's confident with whatever.
She's confident that she's gonna make it out of this somehow.
Or she doesn't care. She has some out. Would be on this plane or the next. That's what we've been able to get.
Our attempts of questioning have been denied.
More slithered around.
No, Morgana was gonna stab her.
Pun not intended. Like Harry, no.
Right.
I'm gonna get a rolled up newspaper, break in half so it's a ghost newspaper. Just for you.
We were not going
Well-
to stab her. The sickle is very adequate at flaying skin.
Karen
No.
just
The guard turns for a second.
No,
Karen turns.
I mean,
we don't flay people.
Morgana's
takes-
going to tilt her head a little bit.
Karen takes a slight shuffle out of her arm's reach right then. Anyway.
Combined with
Would cooking work? I have heat metal.
He slides out of your arm's reach.
Joking
anyway.
aside,
Not the
I'll-
time
Use
jokes.
heat metal on Morgana's hand. She's gonna grab her.
Oh my god.
The guards
Sim-
just looking at this
I'll go back
conversation.
on.
Like, "What?"
I'll
Tarn, will
go back
you-
to guard just to make sure nothing bad happens over there. Who knows? Her plan is
Thank you, Silver.
probably
Yes or no?
Will you re-up the zone of truth? And I'm just gonna have a talk with her, just her and I.
All right. You've got 10 minutes. The sapling will wither.
Yep.
Poke.
okay.
There you go. I'll wave by at her bar, and then he'll shuffle off. He will leave his tea set with you in case you want any more of that. He'll pour 1 cup for himself for the road. In his special mug, that says best orc, except it's a best dad cup with the dad scratched out orc with a K.
She'll head in, plop down.
Just you and her at a table.
Yep.
So, I take
And
it.
Daryl Morgan, by the way.
Ontario Morgan. I'll be sure to remember that one. You said your patron was the daughter of Odilon, so that would make her.
I didn't. They did.
Ah, of course.
Just as you're not giving names, I'm not going to give names.
Is that true? That your patron is the daughter of Odilon?
She'll just smile.
Hmm.
If
Then
you
it-
answer some of my questions, I'll answer some of yours.
All right. As promised, you offered before that none of what we say gets out
I
to
will
anyone
never
else.
speak a word of it.
Pinky promise? And she puts forth
She'll
her
pull out
pinky.
she'll put out her metal pinky.
She locks it. Good. She lets go.
What do you
Alright.
mean by we?
I'm not. It ties into that question of when you asked if I'm alone. It's hard for me to be alone. Truly. It's. I usually have a friend nearby.
Is that to do with the orb that was active on your talisman?
One question for one question. Your patron's
Okay.
name.
Go ahead. Giasa,
Good to know.
the bubbly.
Just the bubbly. Duly noted. Alright. You'll
And you're not alone because you have the orb active. Is that another elemental?
The orb you're referring to is.
The one from the last session. She had 4 of them, and one of them was active.
Yeah. So on her, she had a separate talisman from her packed one
Yes.
that had a 5-pointed star with inset gems.
Yeah, 5-pointed star.
And one of them was lit.
Yes.
And so you're asking if it has to do with those orbs?
Yeah.
Sort of. Each one corresponds to. Well, one corresponds to me, and the others are specific friends, but I have ways of coercing certain things to aid me on this plane.
Okay.
My question. And she leans in closer. What are you going to do when I get out without any charges held against me?
I'll kill you myself.
Good to know.
I'll most likely have help.
And how do you think that'll paint the governess that I was found innocent
be
of your
honest,
crimes, and you killed me?
To be honest, I don't really care.
Ooh.
I am her hired bodyguard, and once my contract is over, my contract is over.
Alright, I suppose it's your turn for a question.
Who hired you to kill the governess?
Well, I don't wish I could tell you. I could tell you if I wanted. But in the same way, you work on a contract basis. My contract isn't up with someone either, though I have no harbored favor for them and would gladly sell them out once that contract is up.
Then can I just assume that it's Mr. Vadrix, or Commander Vadrix?
You can assume anyone you'd like.
Why would you work for a man like that?
Money's money, dear.
Even if it's given to you by creatures such as him.
Why would I care what he does to other people if I'm on his good side?
Ah, okay.
And that
Your
was
turn.
about 3 questions. Love.
Well, you didn't answer my first one, so 2.
Still.
Well, then I reserve the right to not answer one of yours.
Let's see. Have you run into any other like me who you're after? Your goal, as your friends described it.
Not to my knowledge.
Were the assassins I sent at least a little bit threatening?
No, we trounced them quite thoroughly.
She looks at you. She contemplates saying something and backs down off it.
Please, go ahead.
I'll pass. My last of my 3. I want to hear what else you have to say.
Why treat your patron the way you do? Why do you, all of you, treat him in such a way?
Why not?
Because he's given you the power.
And
Without
now,
him, you would just be you.
and didn't, and without him, I could find any other patron I wanted.
Yes, and
It's just
those might
power.
abuse you.
Well, he's a fool himself for letting himself get abused, then. We have our reasons. Some care more about the reasons than others. But
You just don't.
I just care that I get power. Frankly.
Then why not get power from someone else? Why kill him?
Right place, right time. Opportunity presented itself.
And the fact that you're killing your patron doesn't mean anything to you.
No, I'll still have power after he's gone.
How? Without him, you won't have the power anymore.
That is an interesting question, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I guess you just have to wait and find out.
I guess I will.
Any idea when we're going to be traveling to Moonwatch for my quote-unquote trial?
Oh, I would assume probably tomorrow. Because they're doing their big meeting right now.
Hmm.
A bunch of stuffed up people singing their own praise.
You don't sound too entertained.
I'm not much for politics.
Really? And you seem so amicable.
I'm trying something new.
Hmm.
I'm usually very aggressive. Very grumpy. Actually, my nickname is Grumpy. She also calls me Andariel the Grump.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yes.
I respect the coyness we've had. So here's a piece of advice for you and your patron. It would be best in your patron's best interest to keep her mind and her hands off of anything that happens with her father, if she knows what's good for her.
Do you have strong parental bonds?
Gods no. Do you?
I used to.
Hmm.
With my mother. I still think fondly of her, but I haven't seen her in a very long time. So even I am a little confused by Giasa's love for her father, her want to save him.
Well, if you had the opportunity to protect yourself from being deprived of the power that your patron can give or take at any moment, would you not want to take it? Some assurance that you could never be made powerless because they choose to make you so?
The cost of their life? No. I've been persecuted and hunted my entire life, harmed simply for being. I wouldn't do it to someone else, or at least I like to think I wouldn't.
Don't necessarily have to kill them. That's just.
But you are killing him.
Oh, yes, we're choosing to do that. You don't necessarily have to.
A difference of opinion, purely.
You could make it just that it would make it harder for her to try and take your power, and do no harm otherwise if you really wanted to be auspicious.
I don't think Giasa would take her power from me.
Nobody thinks that their friends will betray them until it's too late.
She's been protecting me since I was 10. I trust her.
And when your trust is betrayed, who will protect you?
My trust has already been betrayed. It's very hard to get me to trust someone.
So I would think you'd be the first to realize that power that is given can be taken.
Of course. That's what keeps you in check.
So you would gladly let yourself have a collar be put on you to obey your master, just
It's
at the
not
threat.
my master.
Yeah, she controls whether
There
or not
are.
you live or
Oh,
die.
trust me, if I was listening to her right now, my hands would be wrapped around your neck.
Oh, that'd be fun to watch. She leans her chin up a little bit to expose her neck. You sure you don't want to give in? Give it a try.
Very. I probably wouldn't be able to strangle the life out of you as it is. I'm not very strong.
If you decide to reconsider your position on your patron relationship, there
I
are
won't.
ways.
You can keep those to yourself. I really don't care.
The spell's coming to an end.
So, shall we continue to talk without the spell, or am I just going to sit here silently?
Oh, you won't trust anything I say, no matter what is going on.
No, I won't. She'll sit down with her back leaning against the door, and she will pull out a little book and start writing. She will pull out her tome book and write down absolutely everything that was said to Karn.
Oh. Never saying any of it, but writing it to someone. Clever.
Yep. So you will get a message, multiple messages, Karn, of the conversation I just had with her.
Yes, trust the old man's memory. Do it.
I can just imagine Karen frantically grabbing a napkin and a quill and be like, "Does anyone have a pen?"
Also, the best handwriting.
And then after
Little of
Karn gets it,
these, some of these.
Mogana will get it. After
Thank you.
Mogana, Silver. So
Oh,
all three
shit.
of them will get the entire conversation.
Backup drives. Good. The first one's corrupted.
I was gonna say, by technicalities, Morgana would normally be the one to remember this the easiest, but I don't actually have keen mind.
Yeah, but and Daryl's just going to shoot it out all three of them so they can give context to everybody and to all three of them at the very last message. It'll just say share with group.
Given the flexibility on detail and the intelligence, I assume that we're racking up against each other. I think Silver has the best bet here.
Yeah, you will definitely retain the message somehow or another.
I know I'm giving Silver an out to
Yeah.
talk. Speak, my elven child.
I was going to cut back over to you all and ask what you all have been up to. As this goes on, what have you all been up to in the on guard section?
For the last 2.5 hours, rubbing my dog's belly.
Oh, has it really been? Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time goes by.
Sorry about that, guys.
You're good.
Okay.
You've got not a lot, but you've got a start. You all remain on guard, relaxing until the messages come in. Small talk abound. When the doors open, most of the representatives leave. The governess is one of the last ones out, as once the meeting was officially adjourned, about 8 people left. There remained some who wanted to continue arguments and hashing things out. About 30 minutes later, the governess comes out to you all, as everyone is more or less left. She does not leave until Commander Lars of Freywick does. And they both kind of leave at each other's shoulders, not wanting to give the other one the opportunity to go speak more.
Get stuck in the door, you children.
Shove into each other's shoulders and split off. Well, I think I've made some headway. This time tomorrow, we should know at the latest.
All right.
Is there anything you all wanted to do before I retire for the night?
I can't think of anything that would require your presence, all things considered.
This is before we're back, right?
This will be after everyone's back, except Ondaro.
Oh, okay. I'll definitely relay the attitude of the prisoner. Her very self-assured attitude.
Mhm.
Cause for a minor alarm.
Perhaps we should go check in with the guards and.
They
Make
didn't
sure-
even check in her magic item. I'm worried about the efficacy of Aether Force cards, or of some of these cards.
If they're
Especially
anything
if-
like the Lord and Lady, it's not a problem until it's on fire.
Were they Aether Force cards or Moonwatch's cards? Because
Aetherforts.
okay,
castle
I can
guards.
understand it a little nicer. Because Moonwatch's cards run magic all the fucking time. I would fire them if they was Moonwatch cards.
Yeah.
For getting magic items.
These are just castle guards who got assigned here. And they did their job. If not like they weren't the most anal retentive about it.
They should have been.
They should have. If they cared about it as much as you all did, they should have. But
My problem's more popular than their problem.
you all are
Able
to-
Morgana's the main character.
you all are able to return the governess to her chambers, and the evening would be yours. I'll go ahead and move you all back to the city set table as you have concluded all of the politics you need to do.
Yay!
You will, at this point, would it be leveled up, but we'll do that at the end of the session.
If it matters for my health, can I roll my health in case I'm murdered in my sleep?
No, end of session.
Okay.
I'm just giving you all a heads up. So, the party is brought outside of the Ark ship. And if there's anything you all would like to do at night, you're welcome to do so, or you can go to an inn and rest. Ondara, when it's time to go, would you have rejoined your group and left Visera alone?
No.
Are you staying the night there with her?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Okay.
Easy enough to do. So, everybody except for Mondariel is able to regroup outside.
This has been one of the most boring days we've had in a while.
Boring is good.
Yeah, boring
Thanks
is
for guard
good.
duty.
At least
We had
for
been
right
barred
now.
from doing anything interesting during the interrogation.
Everyone's always bored of peacetime up until there's a knife in the rack.
Think Daria will be okay on her own?
No, but I'll choose to trust her. Being that close to someone's trauma is not good for prolonged exposure. It does something to the mind. Sniffs. Whether it leads out in mania or something else, that's for the dice to decide. Looks up. Sees that hobo coughing again. He's floating. He's magic now.
Well then, now? Oh? Kira is typing?
Everyone stare at chat.
Six close to Morgana while on Darius.
Oh, you fucking cradle robber. Leave her waifu butt alone. I don't trust those dexterous fingers.
Oh.
Yeah, so does Katira. Creepy. She's like 2! There needs to be a bylaw about this.
NTR session.
Oh god. Morgana.
Morgana Romance Simulator.
I cast major image summoning.
We do not have the software for this.
You will. Oh.
So
It's that fucking show where
able-
the walks into the pedophile. Just what's that guy's name? The show.
Not a clue, my guy.
No one else. To catch a predator.
What was
Oh,
What's that fucker's name?
Chris Hansen.
that's it.
I use summon celestial Chris Hansen. Talk to that woman right there. She's over 100 years old. This girl's like 2.
You're able to convene into a tavern. It'll cost like a silver per room. Things are being calmed down. Parties are starting to die out. If there's anything you all would like to do in the morning of Aetherwatch, be prepared. Elsewise, you all will be speaking to the governess and leaving sometime the next day for the road trip back to Moonwatch. Cool.
Zonkiri will hit up the library, just absorb what he can until he has to retire.
Easy enough.
There is something I'd like to do if all the parties walked off or began to. I'd like to find Osrin.
Okay. I will get to you in a moment.
Goddamn, Norvin!
Easy enough. Zonkiri, you'll have like 2.5 hours to go and browse through sections on sections of the book.
Cool.
That's cursed image, man. What the fuck? Wow.
I'm glad that's not the image that showed up in the Roll20. That was a shock.
Fucking Christ, Norman. Didn't know he had it in him.
So, Karn, pocket spreading.
Karn, the betrayer.
So, Karn,
yes?
you were able to make your way to Osrin's estate, or like his room, as you're retiring the governess. There are like 4 heavily plated guards out front of his door.
All right, Knights Templar, I'm here to speak to your boss. Do I need to pick the red chalice?
Eventually,
Karen does not say that.
Eventually, he comes to the door and invites you in. He shakes your hand with the ring.
So will Karen.
He had an extra, so he's put on
Yeah.
another one.
Yeah, so will Karen. That bitch is lit.
Karen, make me a quick insight check.
Yeah.
Why would this ring be of any use unless he had the thing that could put sunlight in it?
That's very interesting. I'll quizzical look at him.
You step inside and he closes the door.
Wait a minute. I pull out of reality. I remember this. I grab Silver and I drag him with me.
Oh, he's not letting you in if it's anyone more than you. The guards are only letting in you.
Connor, please.
You're the one who sat down and made a good impression on him. Nobody else.
Connor.
You don't have to go in.
I just realized it. God damn it! Not again. These are fucking pilots too. They're all gonna schmuck me. I'm gonna move right into the garbage bin again. God damn it!
You done played yourself.
Did you go in?
Look what you've done.
It's always at this point where he figures out he's fucked up. It's already after he said, I go to the person's house and knock on the door. He goes, wait a minute. I think I fucked up. And then they open the door.
You dug your hole, now lay in it. My fucking god damn it.
You said it won't be the vampires that kill you.
Oh god. I'm about to tell Knights Templar I'm keeping his sister's memento. Fuck me. Oh no. Oh no, Karen, my baby boy. My dusty boy. Okay. Fuck.
Push
Go in.
stashes, Karen. You step in, and the door's closed behind you. There are 2 guards in the room with him.
God fucking damn it.
Do his shoulders slump as he realizes his mistake?
Yes, heavily. He's like, wait a minute. He gets first he gets a sense of deja vu. Wait a minute. His eyes squint, and then he realizes, oh no.
3rd time's the charm. This time I might kill him.
He's like, hang on. Sometimes I dream of Wait a minute.
You just turn around and say you had something important that needs your attention right away, and
I left the oven on,
and then don't come back.
I left the magic oven on. I must go.
Have a seat, Karen.
The door closes with an audible clack.
They do lock it behind them. Please, have a seat.
Jane, I know you're very good with names. Can you put on the Patrick with really big eyes, just real quick? Thank you.
Yep, give me a second.
Yeah. Take a seat.
Do you want it in Roll20 or do you want it in the Discord?
Roll20, please. It feels appropriate.
Alrighty.
Karen turns pink.
So, is this something you wanted to discuss with me? He sits down across from you.
Why is he so much bigger now?
He is in full plate.
Oh, good. I'm in full not plate.
We should be safe in here.
This shit always happens.
I keep this place warded against detection.
No! Warded against detection, you see. Okay,
there shouldn't be any prying eyes, as far as I know.
No witnesses, you might say. I miss being Dez. I miss the D10. The plate mail. Where's my hammer? It's my safety hammer. I can bonk my way out of most
emotional
situations.
support hammer.
Karen's gonna move to multi-class just so I can feel safe again after what's about to happen. I sit down, suddenly very sweaty.
Please, there's no need to be nervous. Cookie? And he slides forward a tray.
Fuck you, Connor.
He picks one up and bites it. And starts eating.
Right.
I don't want to
You
be
know,
accused of being a poor host.
No worries. I'm just, you know how it does with old age with the long the phrases.
Mhm.
We gotta watch what happens in our later years. We might come to regret it, and we have such short-term memory. That's why I can't remember shit. I'm old in orc years, and I'm probably a 1/16th actual orc.
Have you
Right.
considered what we discussed?
I have.
What decision have you come to?
First, before I make this request, I would like to inform you that I've confirmed they are in the city.
Hmm.
I met with one of their inquisitors, it appears. I was not able to confirm actual rank, but they seemed to be an actual inquisitor, probably young in their years. They were very curious about me.
How did you confirm they were in the city?
I did.
How did you?
Well, I was struck by the fucking hang on, brain working overtime.
Would you like a reminder above board of what happened?
Oh, I know what before happened, but I don't want to tell him I went to talk to her of my own volition. I'm avoiding that part.
Well,
Uh,
think quick.
I am. Let me speak. Um, we had actually seen her before, coming on the city. I saw her sneaking around our camp before jumping across her wizard's alarm spell, doing some the creepy custodian shit, leaving notes and blood and whatnot. And I recognized her when I went to the market later the previous evening or the evening before it.
You saw her in the
And
market?
it was the market, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the market. I was heading there in the evening, and I
Okay.
saw her sitting in a sort of half alley. We had a brief, very let's say political conversation.
He
Threats were
leans
bandied.
forward.
Spittle was thrown, and she was very. She didn't understand me. That's what she praised it in, and I don't think she understood sense my motives.
Hmm. Did anything else happen?
Let's see here. I didn't confirm anything else, right? It was pretty much she really wanted to know my motives. We pretty much bandied back and forth under very unpleasant duress. Uh, sh- I can extrapolate that or make the theory that she is in fact a younger generation vampire because she seems very fresh on the dogma. Like fresh. She seemed very fresh out of the academy, so I don't know if she's the leading member here on the planet. But I could confirm she was an active inquisitor, right? She had the gear.
She was. Yeah.
She did have their official, and he does like a little like point with a needle gear.
Hmm. How did how did you evade her? You
She seemed more in a conversation, and the toward the end, she did notify me that the gloves were now off. I take it that they're playing with their food, or she really was confused. I am not entirely sure.
Hmm. So with that in mind, what was your proposition? The ask you were going to ask me?
Yes, I come to this knowing it is most likely your probably given property at this point. I will make these requests simple as I am a under duress from these people, and I'm unsure if they will stop hunting me. Should I hand this over? What I would like from you is to let me continue working out in the field, and allow me to hold on to this a little while longer. And he did get the word that he was trustworthy. He will produce the artifact.
You set it on the table in front of you. You see
I
he
keep it-
relaxes a little.
Yeah, I keep it. Actually, yeah, I will put it on the table. No. He'll hold it and just marvel at it for a bit. Just he's not like, yeah, mine. He's just idly holding it up to the ambient light, watching it shine a little bit. So much trouble for such half an artifact.
It
Do you know
is.
what happened to the other half?
It is.
Just idle while you're mulling that question over.
He looks around. When Dagna left, she took half with her, or was rather given half, to protect her. Of course, the sunlight part was more coincidental. This artifact has protected our family for a while. It drew on sunlight power, and while we wouldn't give the whole thing over to her, myself, her, and our sister Dizor agreed that the family heirloom should at least be with us somehow. So we decided to split it down the middle and gave half to Dagna to keep her safe, and the other half would remain in our keep.
He will incline his head, and I will phrase this as a request, as it is by right yours. But I would like to hold on done to this to continue my work to make Kasturg better.
How much longer
If you
do you want to have it?
until the fight is done, I want this to be. The future generations need better, and I won't lie down in my grave till it is done. No matter how close I might be, he gestures to himself. So I
me,
better work fast.
give me a
And he
persuasion
kind of
check.
chuckles. Yeah. Behold, my unbridled +0 charisma. Persuasion. You say, oh, good, thank God I have that one proficient. Behold, +3 actually. Ha! What
18.
the fuck?
Okay. Does anybody want to add anything to it?
Free
I'll give you the +3.
Free resurrection a day. Thank you.
Alright. 21.
Anyway. Free resurrections, baby. No one's a Zelt Barb here.
My only concern, I have no doubt that you will fight till your dying breath to protect it and the future of Kasturg. My concern is if, after your dying breath, it would fall into ill hands. Can you promise me? And you've kind of got it like holding it up in your hand, like your hand resting on the table, like showing it. He reaches
Yes.
forward and places his hand on your wrist. It's like, can you promise me that this will be safe with you, even after your death? That this will not fall into the wrong hands.
I'll either cast it into the abyss with my own rattled corpse, or I'll make sure it's sent back to you through one of my colleagues. I swear this by my power and given to me by Ilvian.
He lets go of your wrist. Then for now, this is yours. I want to give you something, or I don't have it on me, but if you come by Dragon Guard, well, let me double check how you spell at the moment, because he might just be able to send it to you.
Illuminating.
Some formless carries an open vessel. It is closed. He will tell you, I would like to give you something that will help you in returning it. Give me a moment. And you see he goes over to his drawer and takes out a sending stone.
Of course, Lord Audrin. Fuck.
He sends a message.
Lozenge.
This is Earl Borvain requesting contact with High Arcanist. Request spell scroll. Urgently needed. Send to Etherfort quarters. Then waits for a response.
High Arcanist. Wait a minute. Hold up. What did that guy with the mask call himself?
Who?
The guy with the mask. What was his title?
I don't know who you're describing. Person with the
The
mask.
Drow. The Drow. The half Drow. This is Zealot Psycho.
I'm blanking at the moment.
The one that made Dark Hunter. What was his title? Okay. I know. We've heard Arcanist before. I'm not sure if it's like, hey, wait a minute. Did I just?
Oh, the mask guy. Oh no, that was Father Kuvu you were thinking of.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That
I
was
know
the guy with the
heard
mask.
Arcanist.
That
Okay, I know we heard Arcanist before, and that and the word kind of pinged for a second.
Yeah, sorry, I was at a loss for a moment.
Sorry. I'm looking for anything to grab for
You're good.
notes right now.
He waits. If you'll give me a few minutes, it should arrive here soon.
Karen's eating a cookie.
Please help yourself. I mean, they're just going to go bad. Never gifts of Etherfort, and I'm honestly not a fan of oatmeal raisin.
Karen looks comically offended. They're delicious.
I just, yeah, not a fan of raisins. And you all sit for a minute until.
Do you want to do Katira's thing? Because Liv has intermission, so she can talk.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We can pan over while it's a transmission, quote unquote.
Yeah, we'll do that. Specifically because she's only got so much time. You hear, Liv?
I have a little bit of time because there's only 2 bathrooms, so the bathroom.
Okay. Do you want to go over your dream?
We can do that, or I would want to talk to Bogana before we go to sleep.
Then talk to Morgana.
Hey, little mama, let me whisper in your ear.
It's free real estate.
Thank you.
It's always free real estate.
Going over to Katira and Morgana.
You gonna do something? Morgana's just gonna sit there otherwise. Hmm.
Liv? If you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
Snake.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
I think I thought I was on push to talk the whole time and my finger wasn't on it.
Oops.
Shame.
Whoops. What was the last thing you heard?
Nothing.
Literally
Nothing. Great. Now I'm trying to pick up where my train of thought left off. Katira would sit there for a while, not really in awkward silence because we don't understand awkward, but gradually getting more and more tense before eventually making eye contact with Morgana and just, I owe you an apology.
You'll see Morgana's eyes zoom in a little bit, flexing the eagle totem.
Like a cat.
What would this apology be for?
Yesterday, I did not step forward when I should have. I did not defend you when I should have.
Defend us from what?
They treated you like a beast, a wild creature. That's not what you are. I should have I should have stopped it. I apologize.
Our systems were compromised in a way. It was smart to restrain us.
No. You didn't deserve that. It clearly didn't help. It made it worse. And I stood there. I did nothing.
No one could have known the implications of adding the constraints. It would require further testing.
I should have stepped in sooner. I should have intervened on your behalf. It pained me to see you hurting.
We no longer share the demonic link. It should not pain you for damage to us.
I have not felt this way. I did not experience for a long time. So my words are not how Andariel would say them. I do not fully understand, but it is something deeper than physical pain. Something not connected to the demonic link.
We will categorize this in order to attempt to prevent any sort of unnecessary pain to you. We will try to avoid causing this issue.
It wasn't. I fear as though my inability to understand is also my inability to express. It is not your error. I feel as though I could have prevented suffering on both parts if I had intervened, and for that I apologize.
There was a possibility of you being the target instead of Cairn.
Then I would have been, and I would have accepted this. That is what I do.
Organa's eyes will do the little zoom in, zoom out thing again. Head tilt. This is strange. Course of action.
I have been told I am quite strange. I cannot be otherwise.
Organa will just glance at the sickle that she left on the table. Because she was a little sad she didn't get to use it. And just look up. Look at Katira. Perhaps every person in this group is strange to some extent. Live?
Push to talk.
Raiden. Raiden. Raiden.
Sorry, I'm also brushing out Sweeney's wig.
You're good.
I'm turning push to talk off while I have the wig. Because I cannot do both. Yeah. She would say to the, I guess everyone is strange, she would say, I suppose that could be considered the truth.
As we have witnessed, every person has some past memories that separate them from one another.
Well, slowly but surely, I think I might, though. There's more. I know there are things I'm missing, things I do not yet have back. Things that I wish to regain. I don't know. Maybe this will change who I am. Or maybe being without those things has changed who I am. I suppose I cannot know.
As long as the intention succeeds, should it matter?
No. No, it shouldn't.
No.
Does it comfort you being near Ondario?
Andariel was categorized high in our ally categorization. Her defense was important to this unit.
I suppose that would be enough. Oh, I will be right back.
I take that's the end of that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Unless she wants to type.
Damn. Alright, well, we'll cut back to the Cairn and the Earl.
My lord.
You're sat there, and after about 10 minutes, a ethereal chest appears on the table in front of you. And as it opens, you see he takes out a spell scroll, and then the chest dissipates into air. This spell scroll will let you send a chest of contents to someone on the same plane. If you get in a pinch, this might be able to help you send it to me.
I see. He conjures a picture in his mind of the raccoon with the kneading hands, but it's superimposed upon Zankiri's head. Of just sending objects hitherto unknown to people, possibly
So,
explosives.
You have a scroll of Speedy Courier.
I didn't know. Wait, is that an actual spell?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It's a 4th level spell that you create a chest and you send it to somebody. If you cast it at 8th level, you can cross planes.
Your note, they know what's in the box when you send it to them before they open it. And they don't
Good
have
precaution.
to take it.
Good precaution. Good precaution. Okay.
You name a living creature you have met and seen at least once before. Or a creature who you possess the body part, lock of hair, nail clipping, or similar portion of their body.
Is this only on like the wizard spell list, or is this something
Lost
later?
Laboratory of Quellish is the source, so it's not usually in every list.
Wizard
Okay.
Warlock.
Noted. All right, I will take the scroll.
I don't think it has a ritual tag.
It does not.
Damn. It'd be a great ritual, though.
Hmm.
But yeah, so you have one spell scroll of Speedy Courier. So long as you're on this planet of Zaelia, you can. It's an action to cast. Then you have 10 minutes. It creates a chest, and then you can put as much as you want in the chest. But once you close it, it goes to the person you named. Well, not as much as you want. There is a space limit on the chest, but
I imagine it's just like a strong box size chest. Like
an empty
the
chest whose
wizard.
interior dimensions are 3 feet on each side.
Okay then.
A small chest, basically.
Got it.
Enough for you to be able to put in this stone, and then close.
Okay.
So it's
I
his.
don't-
If you get back into a corner and you have 12 seconds, you can send this to me.
Okay. That I can do.
Honestly, technically, you might be able to, like with an object interaction on your turn, do it in one. Oh, and the material component for the spell normally, which you don't have to pay because it's already in the spell scroll, is normally you pay 25 gold pieces or mineral goods of equivalent value. So you basically, and it says you summon a small air elemental in range to carry it. So you're literally like tipping your delivery man. There's just a little UPS air elemental that
Oh,
comes with your chest.
is there an issue with using this underground?
No, same plane.
Okay.
You're fine.
Okay. I'll take that.
Conundrum
There
solved.
Thank you for this gift.
Of course. Be safe. I hope I never have to have it appear on my doorstep.
He'll stand up and shake his hand.
He will shake very firmly, and then he'll lead you out of the room. And he's letting you keep the ring.
I should hope so. I remember you saying that. What was there a symbol on the ring?
Of House Borvain is just a signet
God.
ring.
All right.
So you have a signet ring of House Borvain that has that mechanism that you can turn around and flip it, and you'll have a small suspended piece of metal you can cast sunlight stuff on to expose vampires.
Yay!
A seemingly new addition. Is
Yeah.
Liv? I heard her say something a moment ago. Is she still?
Oh, I said conundrum solved.
Oh. Cool. Back to you then, because I don't know how much longer intermission lasts.
Yes. Well, we still have a little bit because the bathroom lines are really long. So
As you go down to meditate for the night, you can either type it or you can tell me what you're meditating on.
well, basically every night she's been. Oh, did you want to give me the one that I rolled for the other day
We can do that.
from
Oh,
yesterday?
It'll only be one this session, but we can either do that one,
Right.
or I can just say
I'll
work
roll
out.
for. Yeah, I have that one back. Let me roll for. Because basically, if she thinks. If you cannot tell me anything above game, which I understand if you can't, but what Katira is thinking in game when she saw the big crack after opening the floodgates is that she now has a ticking time bomb with it, and so she has to get as much as she can. And if she doesn't just let it happen, it's going to crack on her and it'll be gone forever.
Mhm.
So she's basically just going to kind of do the same thing, but hopefully in a more controlled manner of just, okay, I'm just going to see what it has to tell me tonight. So it's more random, if that makes sense.
Well, maybe 100. I can vibe with it.
All right, let me switch to the app. Meh. 62. I think it said on the app.
It'll pop up here in a second. If it's a 62, it's nothing. But I can go into what you got last
Here
night.
we go.
So as you settling down from the events of seeing Morgana spiral, feeling the anger pulse through you, picking up that Zonkiri had taken the opportunity to try and continue to point fingers back towards Ondariel, your rage began to build, almost mirroring Morgana's. And that night, you woke up. It was a new space, one you haven't been at often. You're back at the farm, but you're in the barn where you saw this figure going. But something's wrong. You can feel your heart pulsing, your rage, your righteous fury. You hear a scream, seeming perhaps of the figure you've been following.
Sprinting towards it.
You see a large, shadowy beast standing above someone, and things get heavy. A splitting migraine takes you as part of you doesn't want to move forward, part of you's frozen, part of you wants to charge in and help. But you're standing there with just a sharpened rake in your hand, seeing this large, shadowy, lupine creature rending flesh off of somebody on the ground. You running in?
Sorry, say that again. One of my co-stars is talking to me.
You're good. You see an astray pinning down this figure and ripping open.
Run at it, charge at it. Stab it with the rake, slash it with the rake, anything with the rake. Fuck this thing up.
Manage to plunge in the weapon and shove it off. And you eventually continue to stab it until death. And you see it just dissipates into dust and floats away, seemingly into the sky, just discorporated and going somewhere, returning, traveling, seeking. And you turn to look at the figure on the ground, gasping, with blood pouring out the corners of her mouth.
Kneel down, try and stop the bleeding.
You look from about below her sternum to her hips. There's just evisceration. You can see her spine from the front. Just there's no stopping it.
She would still try. She would still try. Just I feel like I've read stories or seen things where you try to put things back in, even though you're like the logical part of you knows that there's nothing to be done, but you still try and play operation and put stuff back in, even though you know it's not going to do anything.
You try and
She would
squeeze them together, and this figure grabs you by the wrist, and a smile comes across her face, and the last thing you see is a tear goes down her cheek. And as her head hits the ground, a sudden, searing pain across your whole body. Before I wanted a specific example for grief. Let me know in the future when you want to meditate on grief, as it's going to pick up from this moment.
Yeah, it's gonna be after remembering this. It's gonna be the next thing she does.
So 62, you didn't get it this night, but
No,
giving you a
but
heads
it gave her the right direction.
I'm giving you a heads up.
Yeah.
Grief will be picking up from the moment you saw her head hit
So
the
as
ground.
soon as you saw that, I knew exactly where you were going with that.
So that concludes that dream from the previous night. There's something, even as you try and approach it, I'll say with the 62, it's that you're starting to lean into it and just reflexes, you jump back from it.
Well, I'm gonna ruminate that while I go to places.
By all means.
Oh.
I want to make a Sweeney joke. I really do, but it feels like it'd be in poor taste.
Do it.
I was just
Roll out.
going to say something along the lines of poor thing, which it sounds extremely tame, and really I think only Liv will understand what I'm talking about. And it doesn't even really apply all that well, just I don't know. I'm blanking on it, but as we cut back to the group, you all settle in for the night. Andario, nothing funny seems to happen with your charge. And you all are able to wake up with no issues for the next day.
I will say again, I'm camping in Silver's room.
Okay. Do you tell anybody about the scroll?
Yes, actually, I will tell Silver about the scroll, as he's the first person I see, and I imagine I go immediately to bed.
Yeah.
And out of anyone, he's more likely to outlive me in my immediate vicinity. So, there's that.
Okay.
I'm contemplating telling Zinkiri.
What was the scroll about? Sorry, I may have blinked.
The scroll of Speedy Courier, though, the one that's going to let me send the artifact back to the guy, since he's letting me keep it longer.
Which, by the way, that is a very expensive item that he gave you.
I would assume so.
As I said, 4th level.
Minimum 4th level spell scroll. Yeah, no. I don't want
It's
to
a
think
rare
about that.
magic item.
I don't want to think about that. Don't get in water. No!
It runs for it, about 5,000 gold pieces.
You could not give me a number.
I'm just letting you know how valuable it is.
That causes me more mental harm than you think.
Well, if you give it to Zonkiri, you don't have to worry about it breaking.
They give it to Zankiri. I don't know what will happen to this thing if I die. Because doesn't the scroll get expended if I give it to you to put in your book?
Yes.
So no.
He could technically make you another one, but it would take time, and he'd
Money.
have to.
Once we get access to 4th level slots, well, I'll entertain the idea. For now, it's sitting right here.
So, you all retire and wake up in the morning. All goes well, and you're able to make your way back to your charge. This is. I don't think anybody has any. Go ahead.
How is Andariel doing sitting asleep in a jail cell all night?
Are you staying up again, Andario?
She'll attempt to, but she's probably tired as fuck at this point.
And you stayed up a whole day before, so give me another con save.
Might be something to zoom in on the camera. Mr. God.
That's a pass.
Yeah, that is a fact pass.
That's
Yeah, I'm pretty
forgot
sure
what
the
the DC
second
goes
night the
running on
DC,
adrenaline.
I'm pretty sure the DC's 15 on the second day.
Yep.
Bitch!
Yeah. Oof. Yeah, DC increases
Assume
by
though
5.
I'm able to get a long rest though, right?
Huh?
Able to get a short rest.
A short
By
rest.
the way,
Yeah.
I am changing a few spells.
Yeah.
Just to
Oh,
say.
by the way, every hour, because she's getting a long rest and it's an hour-long spell, she's keeping this up on herself.
Oh yeah, you won't get a long rest because you aren't sleeping.
Yeah, I keep saying long, I mean short.
Yeah.
But
Series of short
as a
rests.
warlock, I get my spell slots back at a short rest. So
Are you only able to have a certain amount of short rests a day?
No.
Nope.
Oh.
Well, technically,
I mean, you can have
24 of
24.
them.
limited by that number of hours a day.
Yeah, you can have 24 in one day.
Yeah, so she's
How
just
much
popping
is
this
a
on
long
herself
rest?
every hour.
You're getting a long rest benefit.
So you do so.
Oh, yeah, long rest.
Your group comes to collect you.
If she wants to speak to me, I will happily speak with her, but otherwise, not really much.
She sleeps.
Just keeping an eye on her.
She goes back to her meditative state for most of it. Your group comes back to collect you. The governess informs you that most of the voting has gone in her favor from what has been collected. And as a thank you for helping sway most of them, you all are being given like 4 hours to go about Etherfort for any business you want before you need to report back. And she's just going to choose to stay in her room. And you all are free to take 4 hours and do whatever you'd like, or do nothing at all. But at the end of the 4 hours, she's going to have you all gather back up and head out.
Let me read, because I've been meaning to do this spell for a little bit now. I just gotta reacquaint my spells and where the fuck they're going. Since we're getting back on the road pretty soon, I'm going to go ahead and take Zone of Truth off the board and slide that up to Augury. Now let me just read this real quick.
Spells.
So what are you trying to
Uh,
ask? And what are you doing in the next 30 minutes?
Okay. I'm gonna phrase it like this, and he's gonna try and divide it through that means. Should Karen walk? How many? It's a second level slot, right? Okay.
You can also ritual cast it, I believe.
Correct.
Correct? Yeah.
Okay.
Granted, if you cast it more than once in a day, there's a cumulative 25% chance you get it random.
Yeah, I'm not willing to fuck with that. He's gonna start by sitting in his room. If Silver's there or not, that's his business. And he's gonna roll some bones on what happens if he just goes wandering off into the market again alone. Specifically, the market, anywhere near where the vampire was last seen.
Oh. Are you trying to, like, divination pan, like, where the chances of you them running into you would be?
That is the plan.
Interesting. I like it.
Trying to radar ping through out of stand bullshittery.
So you're describing the plan of if you walked alone into the market.
Yeah.
Okay. I like this. Is there anything I need to roll, or do I just tell you the results on the first one?
If I do a cumulative 25% chance, I'm just doing for the route he would take is pretty much taking up at least a quarter of the city. This route, like he took last time. He specifies like he did last time.
Cast a spell. Okay. So this one I just tell you because it's the first one of the day.
I believe so. That's how it works. Yes.
Walking alone in the market at about 10 o'clock.
Now, I will say that there's specific ways to do this, so you don't have to give me a lot of information. Let's see, wheel or woe.
Yeah, it's wheel woe, wheel and woe, or neither weir nor woe.
Right. Okay.
Wheel being good, woe is bad.
Yeah, he's entreating Ilvian to do some silent hand shit for him because that's that's her entire MO.
Going to the market between 10 and 10:30 on the day everyone's leaving. Whoa. You get a distinct whoa for bad results to do that.
And I do specify alone.
Mhm.
Okay. Now this next one you're gonna have to roll for.
Yep.
I'm gonna need a second to word this correctly. It involves something for Andariel. If we don't take the immediate route of killing the prisoner, what will happen within the next 30 minutes? Just offhand, this one's gonna wait till we actively leave or till we're about to leave. So at the end of the 4 hours, kind of, and like
So,
we
what are you asking?
I'm waiting to until we're about to leave,
Mhm.
and then the situation of taking the prisoner and leaving Etherfort. Is anything bad going to happen then?
So you're asking, what is the outcome if we take the prisoner with us to
Back
Etherfort?
with a Moonwatch within the 30 minutes of leaving Moonwatch. He wants to do that as we're like.
Yeah, it'll only
getting
tell
ready
you what
to-
happens within 30 minutes. So
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm waiting till we're getting ready to leave, and he's pretty much gonna roll the bones, like almost on the cart before we leave.
is there a specific way you want to word that for what kind of danger or issues might be arising? Because generally bad or generally good is what you're going to get at the moment.
Anything in regards to the well-being of I'm gonna specify Andariel and her patron.
Outcome of Andariel's health if we take the prisoner with us.
Yes,
Over
within
these
the next 30 minutes.
Yeah,
Yes.
again, that's all the spell can tell you. So,
Yes.
for Andariel's health,
Yeah.
nothing, neither weal nor woe, nothing good
Okay.
nor bad.
And the patron.
Say that again. And the one
I
and for
said,
the patron as a follow up.
Yeah. If anything fucky's gonna happen through the magic, and you do have to roll for the cumulative chance. Okay.
You roll the same question, but for the patron's health, and you get.
Well, I don't know if I had to like take them out of the equation. I'm only casting this twice.
Oh,
Yeah, I said anything in regards to Endara and her patron's situation.
same
essentially.
answer. Neither real nor
Okay.
woe.
Okay. But it did ping off correctly. This wasn't like that cumulative thing.
You
We're going
don't
not
know.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, good.
You get this roll is in secret. Is the last line.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that you got your answer on the second
Alright.
one. There's a 75% chance it's true.
All right. I'll trust it for now. He doesn't tell anyone he's doing this.
You pick up your bones. And carry
Yep. My pig bones. Poor Rosie.
on. As you are leaving, you do see the governess is discussing something with the.
Well, first, does anyone else want to do anything for the 4 hours?
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
But before Karen's pacemaker pops out. The jury stands.
You see
I ain't got no money.
She's discussing something with the guards and seems a bit perturbed. Do you all approach?
Yes.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't know what happened. It's not a valid excuse for losing something that was put into your care. She sees you all approach. I'm glad you all are here. It appears that the evidence you all had gathered for the case against Miss Adder has disappeared. They're unable to locate it. Nothing they logged for her is there.
Isn't that suspicious in and of itself?
It was in a secure guard's room, and she was locked away where she had no ability to affect anything.
Yeah, but her employer did.
No one accessed these guard rooms except the guards.
Again, this is sus as fuck.
It's
Does that mean we cannot legally hold her now?
correct. It is suspicious that we have no evidence against her.
This was done in the middle of the ballroom. Everyone saw this.
It was taken, and then the guards went and logged it into a secure room. And now, when they went to that secure room today to gather the evidence to send with you all, it's not there. Katira, when you ask if the guards observed anything, no, she did nothing in her room. We didn't see any strange activity in or out of the room. The people saw that evidence was taken, but there's none to be spoken of. So it's very easy for her to go, I'm not sure what you had with you. You claimed that it had my fingerprints on it, but it's not here for us to look at. The only people who saw it were you all, who want me dead, and a few other people. The guards outside the evidence room saw nothing strange. Only guards entered. Only nobody left with any evidence.
Karen's looking at Andariel.
Oh, you guys are discussing this at the prisoner?
You're in the main building, but not in front of her. This is.
No, Andariel wouldn't have left. She's been with the prisoner the entire time.
Oh.
I mean, it's not far off from it because the guards are coming to release her, and the governess is trying to stall and be like, "What do you mean?"
All right, so, yeah, in that case, what compensation the Eighth Afford's going to be providing for the screw-up?
He makes a good point. I'd like to speak to the guard captain as soon as possible to discuss these reparations.
Moreover, everyone involved in collecting the evidence can testify under zone of truth as to its authenticity.
I presume you have your own clerics under oath.
Zone of truth is not all giving. It is law in our city-state, as it is known that you can just modify a memory after you've committed a crime, and then say, I have no recollection of this, completely truthfully. There needs to be some evidence other than somebody's claimed they
Even
saw
though
it
she's been under constant watch the entire day.
that supports her. She had no opportunity to get out and mess with it.
So what you're saying is you're not going to be held. Is this the guard or?
This is the governess telling you there's nothing I can do. My laws are in my city are there has to be some evidence other than people said they saw them do it. And without any physical evidence to link it back to her, there's nothing she can do.
Aaron gives
Alright.
a sudden look to Zankiri.
What?
Nothing. It's nothing like suspicious. He's like he's thinking. You see the two dusty gears in his head turning. Now, I think what really should be talked about in the immediate line of this is what we're going to tell to Andariel. It's not going to be me. I'm telling you up front. Well, fuck.
Sure, Andario. What do you mean?
Just message, same thing. Just sitting here. Nothing's changed. How about you guys?
Who's it to? Which one of your three?
Do I have a word limit?
Other than the morning ones, everything's been going to Magana.
Okay.
So only Morgana has this, okay?
Yeah.
Alright, well, I assume Morgana's nearby hearing this.
Yeah.
Alright,
I mean,
Mhm.
Morgana will relay everything.
That they're going to release her and whatnot?
Yep.
All right.
Bang, bang.
Connor, you may want to bring up an initiative tracker.
Shit.
Okay.
Are you gonna? Will you tell Morgana that you're about to do this?
Yeah.
I like
Just
to
a very simple, well, gonna kill her now then.
I like to
Oh.
hang on. I
Oh.
have the image conjured in my mind of Adar's token going,
Oh, nice.
holding a shotgun. Shame. That's
I
all that
assume
goes
I get
back
a
in my mind.
surprise round though.
You'll go first, so pretty much. As she's kind of watching you, so it wouldn't be a surprise
room.
round, but you'll go first. Anything else you say?
No, I wrote message to Morgana. Well, I guess I'm killing her now.
Did you care to describe in very detail
And?
Morgana's face right now? She's also restrained, technically. What does Morgana's face... Well, while they're rolling initiative, what does Morgana's face look like in slow motion?
Glee.
As Andariel says this, Morgana's eyes squint, they narrow, and she turns to everyone.
Fuck.
We have a problem.
Karen turns a very like light shade of green. No.
We must get to the prison.
Fuck.
You all are about a round out.
That is.
As in, you all will get there without an action this turn, like after one turn. So go ahead and roll initiative.
This don't look good. This don't look good, Chief.
Hold on, Connor. I have to check my prepared spells.
Okay, I'll give you a
Yeah.
moment.
All the more reason for Zankiri to get Morgana voted out of here.
Don't look good, Chief.
I didn't change my spells.
Zankiri is the one who took the evidence just to make Ondario go unhinged.
No one did see where Varshi went.
Hold on. I also need to check. And I bought an extra thing of components. Yay.
What are you
This
preparing? Give me a heads up.
Just let me know when Zonkiri gets within 100 feet of the room.
DM me the spell.
I didn't mean to delete the token right after doing that.
It's alright, just reroll and go with the original.
how does the governess react? Like, oh fuck.
Ah.
Maybe the
nice.
governess should roll initiative.
It is. Well, alright. She's not running into there. Where there's combat? Your local representative running to combat? No.
Not combat, but think, what's her reaction? Because this is pretty obvious from what she's observed of some of us. What's about to happen, and the stress on she needing to die.
You are within 100 feet of it, Sankiri.
Cool.
Like as we're starting initiative. So.
Whoops. I did not mean to GM that. But...
It's on the tracker, so. Katira, you'd get there with an action. You're only about 40 feet out. We'll start at Andariel.
I need to roll my initiative.
So there's your action, Andariel. Next up is Cairn.
I
Action,
didn't.
Your
What?
turn. Go
Wouldn't
ahead.
it go to the top of the initiative order then? If it's technically a surprise round.
No. It just goes to the next turn after yours.
What do
Yeah.
you want me to do?
I'm
just
pretty
a-
sure for surprise it would go to the next turn, but if they're surprised, then it just skips their turn.
Well, you all aren't surprised. She doesn't.
I'm shocked. I'm shooked.
You all gotta. Okay, I guess I'll kill her now. You're not shocked that things are going down.
I just
Or
meant
not
like
surprised.
if
you know what? I
if
know what
Adder
I'm doing.
gets surprised, then it would just skip over her turn. For
I
example.
know.
But
what
yeah,
I'm
that
gonna
was
do,
already skipped
Connor.
over. That's why
I know-
Andariel went first.
Actually, no. Silver's first.
Yeah.
Oh, I want Silver. How do you react,
Yeah.
Silver?
So it's basically 40 feet to the door, and it'll be opened by the first person who gets there.
40 feet to the door.
And as they open the door, just blackness.
On the back half of the room, because you were able to stay outside of the 15-foot circle of truth, zone of truth.
Do you know how big darkness is, man?
Oh, it's a 20. It's a
hold on.
10-foot radius, isn't it?
No.
Connor?
Mhm.
Might want to hop into captain's quarters for a minute.
All right.
This is going to go very poorly for someone.
It's
And I
probably.
don't know who yet.
Alrighty, I have fear of what you're doing with Arcane Lock.
Okay, so first off, you said we were a full round of dashing away.
Yeah,
To the beginning,
most
get
people
there-
at 30 feet.
right?
Yeah, for most people at 30 feet, they dash, make it to the door. I don't have a.
So that's the thing is when they get to the door doesn't open. Zonkiri doesn't dash there.
I assumed this is.
He can go. Varshi's been in the room the whole time. He never had Varshi come back.
You're right.
So they get to the door is locked and cannot be opened.
Okay. Do you assign any key things to open it later?
Zonkiri will. He'll allow himself to be able to open the door.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to set up?
Varshi will probably be disappearing right after that happens.
Makes sense. All right. If that's all, we can hop back to General.
Just
This ambushed her.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
I was saying, just wanted to make sure because like you were describing them running ahead, opening the door before.
Yeah.
Cool.
Alrighty. Got it. Next time, I mean, if you have one of those, you can also just message me on Discord or Roll20 and be like, hey, real quick. Oh, he's already gone. All right.
But
So,
yeah,
Tristan?
I'm probably going to do that on Morgana, and I'm going to stick
You-
out here.
You run forward to the door, I'm assuming.
I'm actually trying to think of what I'm actually going to do.
Connor,
Pull out your gun.
is my sphere of darkness big enough to take up the entire room? It's a 15-foot sphere.
15
Because she
foot
would try to
radius.
get the entire room.
A 15
Yeah,
foot
it's a
radius
radius.
absolutely fills the whole room.
Okay, so the entire room is covered.
blocked by total cover, right?
It spreads around corners too. So when the door opens,
Well, when I reach the door, I won't have any kind of actions to open it because I
It'd be
am
like
40 feet away.
And
But could Shatter break the door open?
you could bring down the castle walls.
possibly,
Only 4
it could also hurt the anybody on the other side and destroy castle infrastructure
There's also guards there, at
Mhm.
least 2.
that are posted on either side of the door.
2 incompetent ones, but they're guards none the same.
So what do you do when you arrive at the door?
Oh, welcome back to the International Incident Katir, the one that's going to spark a war.
Hey.
Come on.
Definitely not sure if I'm going to open the door. That's the thing.
It'd be like an object interaction. Do you open the door or try to?
You could always wait till the rest of us get there.
I'm not moving towards the door right now. That's the thing. I'm thinking if I'm trying to figure out if I want to move in towards the door.
Maybe we stick next to our boss, and maybe we have. Oh, I don't know. This is a very fucked situation that just occurred.
Fog of War. I need an answer of some sort.
Okay.
Dodge action.
Ooh. Do I want... Is it actually possible to heat metal the door's handle?
That would make it hard to actually open the door because people would have to burn themselves to turn it.
Welcome
what
to
you're doing?
Kirsten's campaign part 2. 3 characters survived. Vote now who lived.
I need an answer. Is that what you're casting, or do you have something immediately ready for something else? Else we're gonna have to move on.
Yeah. Skip me. I'm don't know if I want to go in and help her or
Alright.
anything. I'm staying in. I'm not moving. So
So your turn ends. Karen. 40 feet to the door.
I'm going to look at the governess. If this situation just became very dire, I will only do this and this alone. I cast haste on Morgana.
Oh, she makes it there easy.
WAP protocol activate.
Overclock initiated. Alright. Anything else?
You're powered up. Get in there.
I'm assuming 30 feet to the door or not?
Hell no. I'm sitting out here next to my employer after I've just made sure my teammate, who is next to me and innocent, is ready to take on whatever situation they deem to do that I don't know what they're gonna do. Very legally distinct.
Alright. You do so. Katira. Running to the door, staying put. Run to the door. You still got your action because you get speed. Yep. So you're at the door. The handle doesn't turn. It's not opening.
Could be locked. You hear a voice, but press her up.
Take it. Make me an attack roll.
There's a time and place for many things, but this is not one of them. It's a very strong door.
Oh, whoops. And copy. Putting on.
These guards are about to get fucking murdered by the WAP protocol, I think. Yes, it's an arm strike. You punch it with your hand? What?
Heel kick. We just. Give me the attack. Yeah, it'd be an unarmed strike. I'm just trying to see how much damage you're trying to do to this door to try and break it down.
Technically, breaking down the door would be a strength check.
Yeah. But it's less that she's trying to like body slam it. She's trying to kick it in and like damage the door and knock. I'm going with an attack roll for this one at least. It's thematic.
That 28's
Oh.
blue.
I forgot mobile does that. It's a crit fail natural 20
Why is it blue?
because it's a crit. It's a critical success and failure. Because if you hover
Because
over
it's
it,
red and green mixed together. Even though I don't think that makes
Yeah.
blue.
In dark mode, it's blue. What the fuck?
yeah.
Anyway.
We'll check.
In normal mode, it's blue too.
Yeah.
Let me check.
Oh, my eyeballs are actually just fucked up. Alright, then never mind.
You slam into it, and you start to do some damage to the door, but it is a very durable door. And you've knocked off like one of the hinges, but it's not enough to where you can open it up. Even doing a firefighter kick, you don't bust it in. Yes, with a crit. Yes. Oh fuck, I'm gonna sneeze.
Music.
Okay, sorry. Deflect missiles? Oh. Yeah. Were you meaning to attack again, I'm assuming? I'm assuming the wrong one was for dog. Okay. You impact and just not enough force behind it on the door for your second attack.
What's the door made of?
It appears to be a heavy wooden door with some metal reinforcements.
Yeah, that'd be an AC of like 16 or 17.
Yeah. They're not cheap doors here. It is like...
Got cheap ass guards
Sir-
though. God
Yeah,
damn.
cheap ass
You
guards.
see where all the budget went?
Yes, the app is ape shit, or shit. The old one was much better.
There's an old one?
Yeah. I still had it when this new one came out.
How did I
There
not know
was
this?
an old one.
I cannot scroll. Damn.
Basically gave you the entire game page that you had
Oh,
access.
where you could just pull it up on mobile? Like on
No.
your website?
No, it was an actual app.
Weird.
I've been on here that long.
I think I can Fury of Blows. You definitely have all your key points, so yeah. You spend one and you get your 2 more. Hmm. Heaven. No. They would have to be... No, I'm sorry. Even with the 21, you're impacting, and something about this door is not busting in. It's apparently very durable. There's something just not giving in about it. Oak. It's a sturdy wood. Oh, see, she did get rage back.
That's her turn.
Yeah. Comes to the NPC's turn. Hmm.
Damn, half the party gone to jail in an instant. Rest in pepperonis.
Hmm.
Better la pasta. Reduccio di Alfredo.
Oh. Oh my. That does have that. Yeah. She's going to say, "Oh, what's this then?" Deciding to enact your vengeance? Come on then. And she spends her action to do a thing.
I can see, by the way.
I know. Oh. Oh, you can see.
Yes.
And then what roll this to GM then? 15 plus. Let me pull these up. One moment. Alright. I need a token for me to put in my initiative.
How's she casting?
It's not a casting. Don't worry, all will be revealed in a moment. I just have to check the numbers on something, and website's being a pain. Okay, so +2. So should be a total of 15. Oh. I'll place it below Zonkiri. Alright, her action's been done. Zonkiri, your turn.
Zonkiri will. We'll start heading toward the door.
Okay.
What's the governess doing?
She's not going towards combat, and seeing you all try and bust down the stores. She seems confused. Like, she wants to know what's going on. Like, specifics. Because you all understand what your compatriot's going to do when left alone with the room that the person is now innocent. She does not necessarily know.
I disagree.
She doesn't know she's going to immediately go to murder them.
Zonkiri will relay what Andariel is likely to do and why the party is currently trying to get into that room.
Half the party.
And ask for orders.
Yeah,
Stop her. I will not have her commit murder here on these grounds. Your orders are to stop her.
Orders received. And Zonkiri will head off to the door.
They have Terminator theme music. Dun 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 dun.
Andariel, in this,
Hold on.
in the. Hold on. Hold it. I wonder if you do the slash whisper command, does it show that so and so is typing?
No.
No.
And tweak.
So Zonkiri should be at the door.
Okay. Okay. You make it to the door. And Andariel, you see, unless you have any, did you have anything else you were going to do, Zonkiri?
No.
You see in the room Andariel, a gaseous figure pour out of her mouth and form into the room and begin approaching you. I need you to make me a charisma saving throw.
Okay, I have Intellect Fortress on still,
Okay.
so I have advantage. And what save?
Charisma.
27.
You save as you see this creature tries to dive into you. And you just kind of cough it out of you. It begins to reform on the ground. It just is now standing there. A towering figure with two long appendages, but at the end of where its hand should be seem to be some sort of pincers.
Oh, it's Kiori.
I mean, you already knew that was on the talisman. But, yeah. So, that will be its turn. Morgana. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, Katir.
Alright, so Morgana got hasted.
Mhm.
Speed.
You
I'm
make it to the
support.
door.
I'm technically still helping. Or remaining legally ambiguous.
Are those guards still there?
They're, like... They saw Katir run up and in the span of, 3 seconds, deliver 4 punches to this door and start to knock it off in inches. So they're, pushing her back a little bit and whoa, whoa, whoa. But aren't very successful. they are just about as confused as bystanders could be, because they haven't heard any like shots inside. They've heard some murmurings of spellcasting. Darkness has not burst through the door, and so they're just kind of like, what? Huh? Oh, and okay. So Norvin, as you try to do that,
Well, it's not my turn yet, so I can't do it.
oh, okay. I assume that's what you were. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, we'll get to that on your turn then.
Getting ahead of yourself, God. Breathe, Connor. Breathe. So it's only a part. It's only a halfway get through TPK. Don't worry about it.
So you get there, Morgana.
Does Morgana see like the keys on any one of their belts or anything like that, or?
You probably see a key ring on each of them.
Oh shit.
How many keys are on those?
A good number, like
Oh.
probably at least 5 each. If you're
All right,
cycling
doors
through
coming
them.
down.
But Morgana, you already have a key. It's your maul.
So what are you doing?
Huh?
You already have a key. It's the big hammer on you.
Yeah, that's why I said doors coming down.
Big man walking.
Make me an attack.
All right, reckless maul.
Roll it.
Yo, that's terrible.
Katira, no!
It slides off the door, just leaving a slight scratch. Oh, there's one.
Everyone's
Another
too
one.
gathered around it.
I mean, you do have more attacks.
And it was a 13
Another
even.
one. The haste one.
Third one, baby. There it is. Ah!
24.
Yeah, it's not great weapon master. That's why it's high.
I hate to say this, but it does not do damage to the door.
God damn.
And I
All your
promise-
rolls are the same, by the way, even with great weapon mastery on.
It says it's +6, but if you look at it,
Oh, yeah, -5. There we go.
I promise I didn't just make the world's strongest door for this one reason, but I'm afraid a 24 does not hit, or does not deal damage. Is there anything else?
no, I just used 2 attacks and a haste attack.
Now it is your turn, Andariel, if you'd like to call out anything.
She's gonna drop darkness.
Mhm.
She's gonna yell out, She summoned something and it attacked me. Let me out. And then that's her turn.
So are you going to try and move out of the room?
She's gonna try the door, see if it opens.
Nothing.
That's what she yelled out.
Yeah, and you will hear that.
And then she will take up a defensive stance.
So you're using your action to dodge?
Yes, dodge.
Dat. Oh, I think you got skipped last time. Whoops. Oh, he's supposed to go before Andariel, that's why. So, Dat, take your turn now.
I said that earlier, but
Oh, I didn't notice. I'm sorry. Hello? Dom?
Dom?
He's muted. I don't know if he's here. Well,
Not typing.
oh,
Fall asleep. Hold on. Just okay.
Pick the door for me, buddy.
Drop kick the door. Okay.
Lock pick.
I don't have a lockpick.
Oh.
Next best thing. Cut down the door.
alright.
Your
It
King's
what's your movement
cut
speed?
you down.
strongest door out here.
Is this a metal door?
A wooden door with metal reinforcements.
Magic swords.
You would have had your turn to move forward to there already, I believe, right? And so now, because I had you in the wrong order, the turn you're taking now would be while you're at the door, right?
Yes.
We've gone through 2 turns of combat.
Technically, this would be the second.
Then this would just be you arriving at the door.
Yes.
So, turn.
Cut.
Make me attacks.
Flash.
Nope.
Flash.
That one actually hits and does damage.
And another slash.
You're fucking me.
That door's still in one piece.
You said another slash, but most certainly after it was like 11 and now plus 14 total of, God, why can't I do math? What is that? 11 and 14.
25.
That's definitely more than 25. 11 plus 14?
That's
Really?
35. No, that's 25. That's
Brain
25.
fight. 25 damage. Another hinge, and it is starting to come down. Like, as in, the door is falling. Like,
And another. If it's falling, I won't slash it again. If it's gonna
Yeah.
come down on its own.
you bring down your Arcana, your enchanted one. Why are you getting a plus 10 anyways? Oh, I know. I see.
Yeah.
You slice off the remaining hinge, and the door falls, and you would see, standing there, a sort of gaseous form creature with two long pincers and many eyes scrawling above its face.
Would it happen to be a fiend?
Nope.
Oh.
Oh, you motherfucker!
And
I think I get it.
you see it has sort of an oblong, slug-like body, but it sits upright, almost like a cobra ready to strike. And it has two arms extending off from the top part.
Do I still have movement?
No, yeah, you should.
I'm gonna go slash shit out of them. Slash!
What other? You have one more attack, right?
Yeah.
Okay, make an attack.
Slash.
24 hits it. Nice. Alright. Is that it?
And I believe that last slash was my bonus action, so yes.
Silver.
Oh, it's my turn?
Mhm.
Yep.
No,
I will...
It should have gone to Morgana, and then it should have been Dat. I forgot. So it should be Andariel's turn. Who just called out those things. Andariel just finished her turn. I forgot to do Dat, so I went ahead and did his. So yes, it is Silver's. Sorry. Turn order was out of whack. I was trying to remember to make sure everybody got a turn. It is your turn.
Yep. I will move a bit more. I will move closer, try and get at least... Hopefully, I can get close to Zankira and I say, no cursing her. And then I am going to do Magic Missile at 2nd level.
You wouldn't be able to see the creature because you were still 40 feet out. You would get, I don't know, 10 feet from the door. You could probably see it.
I thought Silver was the first one to get to the door with his dash.
He never went forward.
He decided to just not move.
The ones who have not moved so far are Cairn, Silver, and I think Zankiri just like.
Yeah, I moved forward 10 feet to see to the door. I know Zankiri did move forward.
So about 10 feet out.
Ordered.
Maybe 10 feet from the door. You'd probably be able to see the creature because it's towards the front end of the room. You wouldn't be able to see the warlock. So you see this gaseous form creature standing there.
I'm just going to do Magic Missile at 2nd level.
Okay. So 5 max damage times 5, right? There should be 4.
4.
So 20.
So
Force
20
damage.
20 force
Nice.
To what?
to the creature.
Nice. Okay. Nice. My Ruder staff would be a +1. Yeah, you're right. So you do your 20 damage to the creature, and they all impact and do damage. Is there anything else?
Let's see. Bonus action, set up my shield. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, Karen.
Yeah. After hearing the
Give
stalker,
haste.
I've already given haste to the robot. That is all I can do. On that front. But the governess did say out loud, "Stop her! There's murder." And then I imagine there's more loud sounds coming from the place now. It's within 60 or 30 feet of us.
Mhm.
Yeah. So obviously something's happening. And Darrow's fairly frail, and if there's something larger there thrashing around, that's something. He's going to look at the governess, kind of incline his head, and I will proceed forward. If I go my full movement, 30 feet, do I see anything?
You see the creature just like Silver was able to see it.
Gaseous form creature.
Mm-hmm. Red mist, like a deep maroon with these long claws. Very reminiscent of these like foggy storm clouds you all saw in that pendant that you had taken from the warlock.
If only there was something guiding bolt.
It'd have like 3/4 cover, I'll warn you. He didn't have to roll because it was magic missile. This one would be a weird angle for you to hit.
That adds how much
I'd
AC?
say half cover.
That's what, 2 AC?
Yep.
Yeah.
Pew! 23.
I think it still hits. Yeah.
As 5 radiant damage come flying in
Damn.
after a very poor showing on guiding bolt. You can't roll that for me. You've done too well. I'm very ashamed. As 5 radiant damage slams, as 5 radiant damage slams into this thing's forehead and go, "Oh, you get? Stop it!"
It begins to glow. Jesus, that was a bad.
It
Damn.
was, but the next person has advantage.
Yeah.
Katira. We're not quite. You haven't quite taken your level up yet, so you only have what you have currently. We'll do your turn quickly. Oh, jeez.
You have advantage.
Curse you. Yeah. Tripping.
Ah!
Oh, god, she's getting towards the finale then. She's probably got to go.
Do you want to run in and attack the creature?
You fist the mist.
Run the creature. Staff. Swing. Hit. 7 bludgeoning. Okay, 18. Alright. Hit. Still up. Anything up? Flurry of blows. Did anybody know it? Oh. 14 just misses. Or not just misses, but misses. 24 hits. It's low. That'll be her turn. Yep. It is now Warlock's turn. As you all see that, she is going to take an action. She's going to call out, "Gods, help me! This deranged tiefling's trying to murder me!" And she's going to attempt to try and pull her out. Ooh, these are the magic manacles, right, Sankiri?
Yep.
Does that mean if she tries to, like... Would that affect her trying to pull her hands out of them? Because I'm assuming they're tight.
Yes.
Hmm.
She would have to roll a DC 30 dexterity check to slip them.
Can she do that?
No.
I think so. Do the guards see the blood mist thing?
They do.
Hmm.
And they're freaking out. And but they also just heard... They heard, "Help, she summoned something in. This tiefling's trying to murder me. Help!" One is their prisoner, though, so they are kind of leaning towards Andario's story. And... she's... while restrained, ranged attacks have disadvantage.
Correct.
Okay. She is going to attempt to shoot a bolt of energy. It's not Eldritch Blast, it is something different. Towards Andario. 4 definitely misses. As you see that same red mist just pings against the wall on the other side. Sunkiri, your turn. The door is knocked down, and you can just walk up because you're about 10 feet out.
All right. Let's see here. So Zankiri through Varshi definitely saw her summon that thing and attack Andariel with it. And Andariel hadn't actually done anything to her yet, right?
Put up
No.
darkness and was approaching, but Varshi has
No, she
blindsight.
never got to a chance to approach. She just put up darkness and stood there.
Okay.
Yeah, I was worried about Tristan casting Shatter on the door because my back was on the door.
I don't know. This door.
My plan was to make it look like she attacked me the entire time.
Oh, this door looks pretty fucking strong, my guy.
A Shatter would go through the door, sadly.
So that you saw everything that went on because Varshi blindsight.
Well, in that case, Zankiri will take out his sword and just stab it into the ground. And with that, a bunch of ethereal swords stab the creature.
Casting magic missile at
First level.
towards
The
Creature.
creature.
6 damage.
No, Andariel. This is his chance.
you skewer the summoned creature and it dissipates, leaving nothing but a faint residue, static electricity.
Can Zankiri get an idea as to what that was?
Make me a nature check to identify a creature. Yeah. I love the way you just spelled creature, Liv. You were familiar with the Plane of Dreams in Kyori. It strikes you as some sort of Kyori.
Cool.
Not good news. Lines up with what you know about her talisman being written with Kyori script. And yeah. Then it's you just kill the creature. So womp. Delete.
So do we level up, DM?
You can do it at the end of the session. Are you all going to try and kill the warlock?
No. Which warlock?
Tell me now, is anybody going to try and go in and continue to try and kill this warlock as the guards are rushing in to stop everybody fighting?
Ariel will not, and she will attempt to stop Morgana if she tries to rush the
Then as we
snake woman.
we leave
I
off,
would try and just knock her out.
You'd have to go
But-
into the room to go and punch her and then leave.
Now, do you have the Thunder Gauntlet on this time, or on or off this time?
Yes.
Hold on. After Zankiri takes it out, seeing that Morgana is about to bludgeon the prisoner.
That thingy's still in here, right?
No, it's dead.
No, it's dead.
Oh, okay.
Zankiri will look at Karn and say, "Drop the haste now!"
I will go. I snap my fingers, and the wall protocol to EXE has failed.
Ooh. Stupor. Or sluggishness. For Morgana.
You hear a heavy clunk as the hammer hits the ground.
And Andero will turn and try and push them all out of the room and just say, she summoned something and then she cast a spell at me. I have no clue what she did or how she did it.
And you hear quick as the last thing, she lies. She's been wanting to kill me this whole time. Putting on this.
I've never denied that.
And cool. We'll hold on to that as we leave there and pick up, not next week, but 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, I was about to say. So y'all fuckers, this shit happened on a cliffhanger week. You got forewarned.
Yeah. We'll have no game next
Yeah.
Saturday, and so I look forward to seeing you all in 2 weeks to pick
It
up
doesn't
from
help
how
we
the
level?
guards... You do level. We'll pick up as we hear how the guards take to... I never denied that I wanted to kill her, but I didn't try to. And I will
I'm
see you
also
all
going
then.
to point